The resort is the Dell Technologies semi-annual sale starts now with trade-in on select PCs powered by the latest 12th-gen Intel processor. Plus, get deals on select accessories and free shipping on everything. Save now by calling 877 Dell. By the mid-1450s, proper time purposes to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other digital channels. When your priority is driving reach, boy, everybody needs to listen to the radio. As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audience's conversations, trusted influences, insights, and data feedback. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
He often talks about things like this. They have a very strong sense of
Seriously,
God is guiding me.
Seriously, just fix the
Talk about this.
we all know how easy to go to the wrong place for transmission repair.
Especially
Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission expert at AMCO.
now,
Always the
you know
right
what
fit.
may not have been as
Double
powerful
A, MCO. There's a financing available.
but the city still had
Restrictions
its strengths.
limitations and exclusive
Vacant
grants by
sectors.
TMO.com for complete details.
General
The bills
maritime
start
industry was
coming
still
in, and
powerful.
they don't stop.
Italy's
Medical
merchants may have
bills,
lost many
dental
of their
bills,
connections
car
in the East,
repairs,
but
rent that
enterprising
due.
individuals
Find people
expanded their
need,
trading
but just don't have. As a non-profit, JSLA has been helping people overcome financial challenges since 1904. We provide zero interest, no free loans, so that emergencies don't need financial ruin. Support our efforts and learn more at jsla.org. In need of a loan yourself? We're here for you at jsla.org.
Pacific Coast Termites. Free home inspection, call 800-58 Visit PacificCoastTermite.com.
Sailing, wave.
A lot of the information comes from the city.
So
all the stories
no one wants that. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a ridiculous. One, check critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system. We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Rejuvenation, just $129. Get air conditioning and plumbing. Your new TCL.com.
It's not an offsite.
But it's hard to tell.
Less than one emergency.
Get ready for this because it is
1473
here.
Columbus.
iHeartMedia has a ride for
As a business
Fortnite.
agent,
I mean, there's some tons and tons of huge artists like Scotty
fascinating
Booth.
sale
You can raise, sail, play, and brag about how many jobs you've racked up.
there.
So
We
ready
were
up,
attacked by
jump into Fortnite and check out iHeartland and discover now. Visit iHeartRadio.com/iHeartland to start playing. People are in
ships.
why waste your time? I think Warriors enjoy it. So what? So you're telling me it's Utah. Just be choice jokes. Okay, no.
Now
What is Portugal? You gotta draw a line. Bill Handle, read the room. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
And actually partake in the journey north.
There's a controversial plan to lower the population in LA
There's
County
even some fun
jails
as far
facing some opposition. You may heard about that. Weekday, female driver
he would settle
in
into his
custody after stealing an LA Sheriff's Department cruiser. She did something wrong and bad, and not just saying right. Here happens. And Trump arrived in New York City for the Raymond Park. All right. Right? You have $1,000 and you could win in cash. And what we do, if you don't have, you'll never win. You have to go to KFIH40.com/ad and stick in this keyword. What's the keyword? Let that put. What do you got? Now, your chance to win $1,000. You're better than nationwide stores on the website. Fun, that fun, S-U-N. Enter now at KFIH40.com/ad. Powered by Big Games Accident Attorneys. If you're looking at accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Big Games. 800-500-5200. 800-500-5200 or BigGames.com. Well, just like last time, no text to win. You gotta go to KFIH40.com/ad. And please brought to you by 2K. 2K. Big going with that. Anyway, $20,000. That is a big deal. That's a big deal. Did I do everything right there, Belly? You really? Did we cover everything? 3 acre notes are great. I think you get all the
Take a bit of a side trip to help set the stage.
All right, then we'll move on.
Voyage.
Our
Not
good
signal
news,
political.
some of it is the snowpack
Instead,
that
Spain
we've
insisted
seen
on
accumulate over the last 3 or 4 months. Kind of crazy. The California Department of Water Resources took their fourth and final snow survey of the season today. The Thomas State snowpack is one of the largest ever on record. Wow! How about that? It's one of the largest ever on record.
Aragon was no slouch. Marriage made for a potential
The Southern Sierra snowpack is 300% of average. Wow! Isn't it amazing what a year of difference winter makes? Remember last September? If you live in Burbank, the San Fernando Valley, they told you not to water your lawn or not to use water for 2 weeks. They repaired one of those, one of the arteries to get water from the Colorado River or the aqueduct. And so they said, if we're never going to be out of the drought, we're going to have to live with these drought restrictions forever. And then literally 5 months later, we have way too much water. This means the state's water content will remain high during the summer as the snow melts. However, that could also cause problems in the way of flooding from the snow melt. All right, everybody's always a Debbie Downer. You know, we can't enjoy the weather, can't enjoy the water. Everyone always has to look for the next crisis, right? The next crisis is going to be flooding. And then after that, it'll be another drought. They're crisis seekers is what they are. Some counties already under a flood watch. Who's under a flood watch?
Particularly in the southern Sierra Nevada, will lead to consistent high flows along the San Joaquin River and its tributaries, as well as in the Tulare Lake Basin system.
Okay, now, Steve, I told you about that Tulare Lake. Tulare Lake, it's a huge lake in the middle of California. It's been dry for, 70, 80 years. It's going up again. 20 miles wide, 30 miles long. It's huge. It can take up a lot of acreage.
Throughout the spring and early summer, so we'll keep a close eye on those areas.
Yeah, the Tulare Lake is not uninhabited. There's a million farms there, cattle farms, tree farms, and they're all on this lake. But that lake has not been filled up in the last 80 years, 70, 80 years. But now because of all this water, it's filling up. And that's going to be a huge problem.
And we can expect to see these long-term growth stages kind of fluctuating.
The winter season also ended the drought in several Southern California counties, but Ventura and Orange counties reporting they are 100% out of drought conditions. You hear that? But Ventura and Orange counties reporting they are 100% out of drought conditions. Now, some people said that we need 10 years of storms like this to get out of drought. 10 years. I'm not going to say who said that on the radio, but somebody.
But while she was
Please. Oh, Mark Thompson. I would be the worst guy to commit crime with.
And the marriage would open doors to places who said that his mother-in-law
Here's their husband.
probably married.
Ventura and Orange counties reporting they are 100% out of drought conditions. 100% out, not 90, 100% out of drought conditions. In Ventura and Orange County.
First quarter of the water year, and things are looking pretty grim. From finishing to the second quarter, let's go to the next slide. And we see that pretty. A lot of those stars are really running that track between San Francisco Bay and San Diego.
So all 3 years were terrible for the Sierra snowpack, with 2019 being an outlier. In 2023, it's the snowpack back on track. Just see some more rain added on. It's on more showers. Water year starts October 3rd and it runs through September 30th. It's an entire year. I don't like when it starts out. It should start when we start, January. That's the water. Let's talk about the high winds and this weather. It's crazy outside, windy all day long. Yet so cold out. Real mix of weather today. And some of the spots where you typically expect it to be windy when they have these high wind warnings roll through, like Montana, Rancho Cucamonga, etc. Really not that bad. Here in Beaumont, we actually had some rain earlier this afternoon. But get out close to the San Gregorio Pass heading down to Palm Springs. And it's very gusty indeed. High winds Rest of the San Gregorio this morning, making for a tough drive along Interstate 10, heading into Palm Springs on Highway 111. Flowing sand made it hard to see more than a few car lanes ahead of you. We didn't come across any down semi-trucks. Many of those with empty loads were playing it safe. This first glance, the style of brick rail cars might seem like a wind-related issue, but it's actually a art exhibit, part of Desert X. Although the wind meant fierce resistance for those intrepid artists trying to hike out to get a closer look at it. It's kind of a motivating, exciting study of history. You have a lot of time here to walk through the desert to see an art exhibit of trains derailed. Wow, mighty rare here. What's happened with you? Who has that kind of time? How? Mike, David, evidence. It's kind of a motivating, exciting study of history. With the wind, not only was it fighting the wind to get out to see train cars derailed as an art exhibit. Miserable out here, but the hike took a lot longer in the wind.
And I'm ready to go. Whether you're looking for a quick fix or a major dinner solution, Pros and Bonds can help you find what you need when you need it. I have weekly groceries delivered straight to your door or your car. I'm the speedy sandwich and lunch break deserves.
Is that possible?
And the only thing I love is
Not everyone made it all the way there.
whether you shop in the store or online,
Then turn around. Turn around. If you can feel the sand in your lungs, that's not a good feeling in your lungs. All right. They live amongst this crew. I rely on KFI AM 640. What else? KFI 24 News. The restaurant owners in Lake Arrowhead say there's a fine Dutch couple on the news. Sam Perry at the Stone Creek Bistro says the couple had a scheme all worked out.
So it's all in the afternoon, great. Another glass of wine and come right, we're going to go and have to rest and come back in. And then we all kind of collectively wondered where it did the 29 one.
Perry says a couple bailed on Friday night. The tab was around $160. He says it's bad enough the restaurant suffered from COVID and the recent snowstorms. The next day, employees at Papagayos down the road say they were hit by the same couple. Bartender says her name brags about being in the restaurant business and pulled the same trick. After some friends and advertisers, a couple bailed. Steve Gregory. The video of the couple on our Instagram, KFISM. This report brought by Jacoby and Myers, injury attorney. Racing people say a 5-year-old horse that was hurt while racing inside the North Carolina race course. California horse racing boys has autism ability to the bad mid-turn fell and actually came off yesterday's race. Alan's listed as a non-muscular skeletal sudden death. Autism ability and 14 career races, 2 first-place finishes, and 6 horses died from the race or training this year. Jury selection has begun in the trial of a woman in Idaho accused of killing her 2 youngest children in a doomsday plot. Ori Alo Daybell is also accused of killing her husband, Chad Daybell's late wife. Prosecutors say the couple's apocalyptic doomsday-driven religious beliefs were part of their murder plan.
After 9 months of searching, the children were found in a shallow grave on their stepfather's property. Prosecutors say while carrying out their doomsday plot, Lily and Chad also claimed to collect the widow-wife's life insurance money.
Brianna, an ally, says Alo was pleaded not guilty. She says her defense team has insisted she has an alibi for the 2020 murders, charged with it for 3 months. The second person has been arrested for murder and traces of robberies and men who went to gay bars in New York City, resulting in 2 deaths. Officially, a man was charged with murder, robbery, grand larceny, identity theft, and conspiracy. Last month, a medical examiner ruled 2 men's deaths were homicides caused by a drug-facilitated theft. Fentanyl, lidocaine, and cocaine were found in the man's systems. They say they're working on arresting a 3rd person connected to the crime. And officials say the spy balloons in China that flew across the U.S. earlier this year gathered intelligence from sensitive U.S. military sites. They say China is able to control the balloons, after the sites, and send pictures and signals back to Beijing in real time. So told them China could have taken more if the U.S. did not intervene. We'll check the future freeway next. Oh, you might be lazy like I am, Mike, and you don't want to fix up a house when it's selling. Call Sunday right away. The real estate marketplace, very unique, or just unique. Way to sell your home, and Sunday connects you with thousands of local buyers who bid on your home, ensuring you get the highest possible price. On average, homeowners receive 22 cash offers within days. This year, Sunday's local real estate experts have over 900 families in the LA greater LA area. The team has 30 years of local real estate experience. That's a lot. Best part, no showings, no repairs, no cleaning. No kidding. Plus, you can pay 0 fees for Sunday. They can close as quick as 10 days. Sunday.com/offers, SUNDAE.com/offers, or call 825 offer, 825 offer. Sunday's licensed real estate broker, more information, please visit the website, Sunday.com/2. Great out there tonight. Cool temps from above 40 degrees. It's mild, a bit warmer. Today is 2 degrees. Each day, as you get through the rest of the week, through the weekend, maybe about 3.5 degrees. So it's Sunday, hotter than today. It's 16 Costa Mesa, 61 in the Palma, that's Arcadia.
Along the 210 freeway, making your way around that eastbound side coming up on 7 Avenue. AI that they're moving it out of lane, but watch out for the huge delays out of Pasadena, moving away from the 134 at last check. They were in the carpooling left lane to see something different. Township 52 words, KFI traffic. It's got Michael O'Brien and KFI in the sky.
And troubles to the 405 and goes 405 northbound at just about down now. Just take it out dollars the right two clicks. Looks like they finally get to the right. So the only going now on off stuff pretty much from Irvine. And a lot of this is going to flip up to East West Pittsburgh field from there. So very good stuff right. What's outside of the 55 on the first down from the 405 to 217. Beautiful gap there and back on Tacoma up to the 90 block. Michael O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
You're kind of going to rush out of lane to the mid city on the 10 west down past Fairfax. At last check, it's the 2 left. We might be up to the shoulder now, the race away from Normandy. KFI in the sky. Hope to get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez. Oh, what's wrong? When I look at my banking app, I think I'll never afford a car. Oh, so look at Roto.com. They have tons of deals and a great selection. Check it out. Wow, great prices. Now I gotta decide what color to get. Find a newer pre-owned car of your dreams in just a few clicks. And at a great price. No hassle, no hassle. Ready, set, Roto. Start saving now by downloading the Roto app or check out ROTHSCHILD.com.
Whether you're just starting your watch collection or expanding it, check out Boss Watches for one of the largest and finest selection of pre-owned, modern, and vintage collectible watches. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, they have them all. Buy, sell, trade. All orders get free overnight shipping. All watches independently certified, authentic. Boss Watches, a leading online luxury timepiece marketplace for men and women, and now $200 off. Google Boss Watches and Camel Handle. Click at the top to get your discount.
You have Fingerprint, number one in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power. Since California has come the most award shows, we prepare to thank you, Steve. Californians everywhere, we've been proud to help the plan, budget, and stay smarter. Our goal tracking and budgeting tools would have no place to shine if it weren't for you, and we can't thank you enough for that. And thank you to our real life humans who go above and beyond for our customers every day. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Member FDIC.
Live from the Hayes bedroom, another eventful night for us. Curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feet. His wife Michelle is trying to leave the ring. Michelle throws an elbow. He's leaving for the couch. You should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. Learn more at InspireSleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com.
Follow us on Facebook at KFI AM 640. Some big stories happening all around us. Donald Trump goes to New York from Florida today. They raid tomorrow. At least 30 people died in tornadoes. And those tornadoes are unbelievable this year. And then the California snowpack, largest ever, bringing drought relief and flooding concerns. And so we'll follow that throughout the spring into summer as a lot of the snow melts. We'll bring all that water down the mountain. We'll have that for you. Right? We'll have ready. All right, NASA named the crew for the first return to the moon in 50 years. Actually, let me rephrase. NASA named the crew for the first trip to the moon ever. It was an announcement that had the theatrics of a
sports team being revealed. He's a master of science in physics and F-18 pilot. Step out, everybody. The Canadian astronaut. Your mission specialist, Jeremy Hansen. Astronauts who happen to be honored right now. We're in the room with Alex Stone doing his report. That's kind of cool. I've been gone with Alex Stone. Almost 4 of them being announced as the ones chosen to go to the moon. This is a huge effort for NASA, for the United States of America, for Canada, for the whole world. The 4 chosen include veteran NASA astronauts Victor Glover, Christina Hammett-Cook, and Reed Wiseman, plus Canadian Jeremy Hansen. Wait a minute, let's go through the names. That's important again. Victor Glover, Christina Hammett-Cook, and Reed Wiseman. Christina Hammett-Cook. Oh, you gotta hyphenate me. Yes, that's the first hyphen on the moon. It's gotta be. Moon, you better be prepared for that. Moon people, mooners, Christina Hammett-Cook. Yeah, got a hyphen coming your way. And Reed Wiseman, plus Canadian Jeremy Hansen. Wiseman to be the commander, Glover the pilot. Cook is set to eventually become the first woman, and Glover the first person of color to step foot on the moon. No, they'll just be the first. Step on the moon. Nobody's ever been on the moon. Foot on the moon. Each of the American astronauts has already spent many days in space. Cook currently holds the record for the longest single space flight by a woman at 328 days.
I look forward to the day that we'll be able to bring foundation and men. And that's what we see on we're enabling this next mission.
That's gonna be cool to see people walk on the moon. That's unbelievable. I don't know, you said the barrier is not a barrier. Yeah, now we have the technology. We didn't have it back then with DS everybody, but now we're really going to go to this moon. That's great. I hope we don't like hit the moon too hard with the rocket, and then we throw it out of its orbit, and then it flies away. So a comet that will hit us. Or it flies away, we never have the moon again. You know, we just have the moon gone. The crew will first fly on Artemis 2, which is scheduled to next year take the 4 around the moon for the first time since the end of the Apollo program 51 years ago. What a team that is. To take the first crew, they can go around the moon. They never touch it. They can go around it. That's like saying to the kids, hey, jump in the car. Hey, Mom, Dad, where are we going? We're driving around Disneyland. And then coming home. That will make history, but then Artemis 3, maybe in 2025, is designed to land on the moon, and Artemis 4, a second moon landing, expected in 2027. This is our crew. This is humanity's crew. And with all of it, the ultimate goal is to be able to one day launch from the moon to head to Mars or even deeper into space. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles. That's great. Alex Stone, man. Knocks it out. You know, they do it up there. Yeah, I'm a big fan of space too. Yeah. That's space. All right, so we're going on the moon. We're going to the moon. That is kind of cool. First time. But that's cool. I think most people do. All right, let's stay in space here, right?
Two giant holes have appeared on the surface of the sun over the last 2 weeks. They're 20 to 30 times the size of Earth.
How big?
Over the last 2 weeks. They're 18 to 30 times the size of Earth.
Wow, that seems to be a big hole.
They're called corona holes. But they're actually just cooler areas.
Wait, what are they called? Corona holes?
They're just cooler areas that don't know as bright as ours.
Oh no. Oh no. Please don't tell us that means global cooling. Please, we're just getting used to global warming.
That's why they look flat. We can send 1.8 million Earth solar winds toward our planet. These are different from winds on Earth, so we can't just keep feeling. After we do a selection of charged particles that can interact with the Earth's atmosphere.
What is that going to do?
I'm Gavin Whitehead, host of the Art of Crime, a history podcast about the unlikely collisions between true crime and the arts. Season 1's title, The Unusual Suspects, Artists Accused of Being Jack the Ripper. Lewis Carroll, yes, that Lewis Carroll is the one who gets known to us today. To find out who the other unusual suspects are, the wide name and name is subscribe to the Art of Crime wherever you get your podcasts.
The crash is all that stuff.
Treasures.
But they usually appear on legends. These particular ones are near the sun's equator.
Wow, wait a minute, why?
Which is
Southern
understandable
Government is a podcast that
so there's a
takes
higher
you
chance
to
solar
dark
winds will
history
come
haunted
Oh my
the
God, you
American
gotta worry about
South.
everything in this
Exploring
universe.
some of the
Everything.
region's most ruthless tales.
I really do.
The swamps
All
of
right, very good. Let's take a quick break real fast. We'll talk about
isolated
McDonald's.
communities of Appalachia.
I love McDonald's. What are they doing? They're planning on laying off a lot of people. They're closing headquarters. Kroger, if they close iHeartMedia for 3 days to lay off people, wouldn't that hurt your curiosity as to who's moving out?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Choice
right. Well, I mean, I was just telling everybody that was told, I don't need to come in for a few days. But they told everybody to stay home. There are people that are still working there. Oh, there are? Yeah. Oh, no.
You're listening to an Airwave Media
Don't have to worry
podcast.
about this. You do start to really worry about the job stuff. It's really high salary. You know?
None of y'all told me that I would take a risk.
People on the show. No, people on the show.
No one told me that Apollo traded would deliver cars to my home, or that I could shop my price on no one. Consider this friendship as my officially over. Finally, it's easy.
Sergeant Elementary Smith, here go. On the president's truck in New York, 1 day before he's scheduled to be indicted or arraigned over husband to himself access for the 2016 election, two items play. Apparently no handcuffs, but there will be a mugshot. And World Wrestling Entertainment is joining the Ultimate Fighting Championship Company endeavor to create the 21.4 Disparity House. Yeah, they're the best. They put over 35 years of HR experience work helping you with hirings. They do training, HR administration, and also compliance while giving your employees competitive benefit options as well. They're the best. So when your people thrive, your business can adapt and prosper. With Insperity, nothing seems impossible. So you got to go to Insperity. They are the best. Insperity HR. They make it clear, cool, windy tonight, clear and warm tomorrow, and going all the way through the weekend. This report by Big Oak Tires on the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center. Let's go places. There's 5 years.
When it provides a 23-minute right down at LaBrea, looks like they really cleared this crash off to the right shoulder. A few minutes ago, highway patrol said we're still holding that right lane, so in a very slow drive away from the Pine Freeway out of Boyle Heights. Eastbound lanes out of Santa Monica, heading away from Cloverfield. Now we've got Mike O'Brien. He's checking out Arcadia KFI in the sky.
And several players are great players. Just like the Big Daddy style, right? It's what every guy. Just like the three for the 5-4 left lane. That's an over big vehicle, so it's taking a while. And it is hard for the downtown path to do that. It's good to, that's not too bad. Way out to the Super Monday area. Come up from baseline on off the bridge to the 15. 15 northbound, you're going to over the 215 hook to the 138. Michael Bryan, hey, I'm flying the sky.
KFI in the sky. What makes you that faster? I need to Martinez.
Who likes saving money instantly? If you do, head to your local Big O Tires today. Save up to $100 instantly on select sets of 4 tires. Plus get free installation and 0 interest for 1 full year on qualifying purchases. For your nearest store, visit BigOTires.com.
This report is sponsored by Insperity, providing global HR services, access to better benefits, payroll, and HR technology for over 35 years. Insperity's mission is to help businesses succeed, so communities prosper. Insperity, HR that makes a difference. Visit Insperity.com.
Great partners make each other better. They show us what's possible beyond ourselves. At Tech Medicine USA, being part is more than just a goal. It's who we are. We're committed to offering personalized healthcare needs. With deep expertise and dedication, we'll work with you to reach your potential. Because the next great partnership is you subjects. Together, we are intelligent. And this keeps marketers, of course. Roger Rothschild, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer of MasterCard, talks about measurement.
Basically, Sonic and Sonic Branding and Sonic City Care, I was like, off the goals.
The principle
we'll talk much more about this thing. But I'm looking for good answers. We make them, and what we find is our listening is based on itself. And we have this popular with iHeart across multiple platforms, both for brand and aspects, as well as of performance marketing. I think it's successful of the message and the recall of the brand are much higher. Also, it has been very beneficial for us to integrate some of our campaigns into the native content of iHeart. It has been a very nice partnership, and we contribute to be responding to the
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audience's conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Attention Southern California, Central Solaris is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEN2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting. No one works harder than Sabotage with esprit de corps and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with Central Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnace and AC systems for the lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. Approved by Inspired Board, call 2023 CSW Crash 8159. You probably already know Rosetta Stone is one of the best ways to learn a language. Did you also know that they offer a lifetime subscription to all 25 of their languages? Dabble in French, try your English German, learn a bit of Japanese, or even explore Swedish. And right now, you can get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Visit RosettaStone.com today to purchase one and learn for life. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations. It's Elliot in the morning. Rover's Morning Glory. Filtered Striker. All of the once-in-a-lifetime events. All ready to go. All of the best free cheer entertainment. And now that he does it, all the great podcasts for every interest. This is Freddie Prinze Jr. from the Wrestling with Freddie podcast. All of the mind-blowing content. $20,000 off all your favorite superstars. We're the Red Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. On the free iHeartRadio app, you never pay to hear what you love, and you never wait to hear what you want. Save your money, save your time, and listen anywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Portions of the following program will be recorded. Wake Up Call with Jennifer Jones. I get up at 2:45 to the UK Sleep In and Show, 4:59 to the You're Ready to Go for Wake Up Call. Live 5 to 6 a.m. on JFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Donald Trump's in New York. So McDonald's, letting a lot of people know that's horrible. The California snowpack, largest ever. Ever. Crazy, right? Hey, yesterday I went to Kohl's. Not bragging, but made a couple bucks. I make sure every once in a while. So I was going to go to the Kohl's down in Valencia, just take a drive and see the green hills and stuff. And I asked my wife, "Do you want to go?" And she said, "Nah." And I said, to my daughter, "You want to go?" And she said, "Oh." And she goes, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to Kohl's." And then she said to our daughter, "The same stuff, go with me." And if he tries on his shirt that he already owns, tell him he owns, already owns. Like, how rude! That's so rude! So we go to Kohl's, and I say, "Hey, let me get this shirt." And my daughter looked at it, she said, "You're not going to get that." And I said, "I don't have it." She goes, "I know, you're still not going to get it." And it was a shirt that said, "Joe, look at my six-pack." And then on the stomach, it had a six-pack of beer. I thought, that's very odd. And I said, "What about this Corona shirt? It has Corona all over it." I don't know. What shirt says Corona all over it?
I don't know.
Sort of hanging light on my, substance abuse.
She's mother's best friend.
So we went to a pizza place afterwards. It's out in Silmar. I'm not going to name the place. I don't like trashing restaurants. They're very difficult to stay in business. I'm not going to do that. But I went in. I said, "We are just a cheese pizza." And the guy says, "Can do." Yep, cheese pizza. What else? And I said, "Let me have a pizza for me. Easy on the cheese, sausage with a little basil at the end. Fresh basil. Nice. Good choice. Is that a cool choice?" "Yes, sir." And you know what he says to me? He goes, "We don't do that. You don't put stuff on pizza." I said, "What's going on?" And he says, "You can pick from one of these 20 pizzas that we offer." I said, "Okay, I'll take the pepperoni and sausage and the pepperoni." And he said, "We don't do that." And he says, "Every pizza here has been designed where the flavors complement each other, so we don't make substitutions or additions." I'm like, "Where's the camera? Is there a camera here? It looks like a Dick Clark show." Yeah. Pizza owners say the craziest things. That's what show we're working on here. What's going on here? He says, "No, we just don't." And I said, "All right, can I get this pizza without the onion?" He said, "We don't do that. I'm just telling you, we don't do that." I said, "All right, just give me that, whatever that is. That New York pizza, give me that. And I'll just pull some of the crap off." "Let's take that." So look at the pizza, it's horrible. It had no pizza sauce. It was just cheese, pepperoni, sausage, and onion. So everything did complement each other, just crackling. Yeah, the only thing that didn't complement them was me. But there's no pizza sauce. There's no red sauce. And I'm like, "Where's the red sauce?" They go, "Oh, that pizza doesn't come with red sauce." I'm like, "How do I know that? I don't like this." Oh, man. That's it. I was just, infuriated. But it was expensive for two pizzas. It was $50. That's expensive. No, it's that kind of money. I had two pizzas, $50. $50. $25 pizza. Well, $22 pizza plus tip. So $50. Look at you, big tip of $3. Well, $6 on two. Damn. Yeah, I told him, I said, "Hey, get yourself a condo in Vegas." Don't think he wouldn't make it. Get yourself in our oceanfront joint in Maui. Don't look directly at the sun. All right, let's get into McDonald's, my favorite eatery.
The Burger King is reportedly planning to lay off both U.S.
I didn't see Burger King, it said the Burger King.
The Burger King is reportedly planning to lay off both U.S. and international employees this week. An internal memo obtained by Wall Street Journal. The company said employees should work from home Monday to Wednesday of this week while they deliver those staff change-ups and layoffs virtually. Part of that reason was due to this being a high travel weekend with most of their employees off. Now, employees who will be out of the office who will not have access to their computers were actually encouraged to ask.
I wonder if they think they're gone. Employees that have to stay home and don't have access to their computers.
Out of the office who will not have access to their computers were actually encouraged and asked to provide personal contact information, which they will be contacted if in fact they are impacted. Now,
why would they do that? Why would they put that kind of pressure on people? You don't announce that, hey, 80% of you stay home, you have no access to the computer. And by the way, tell us how we can reach you real quick. Right? It's really easy to available. That's rude. Is that rude or not rude? It's so rude. Wait, how do you do it? That's so rude. It is, isn't it?
now with this,
Look, if you're going to be laid off here, you don't want to be told like that. You just want to tell us, just have like Kevin or Rob, hey, it didn't work out. Don't get out.
Now with this, the company also reportedly told employees to cancel all in-person meetings with vendors and outside parties at its headquarters. It is unclear what teams will be impacted, how large or...
I know what teams are going to be impacted. The ones that are going to have to stay home, don't have access to a computer, and then people have to, and they have to send their address to where they physically are. Those people are going to be impacted.
Teams will be impacted, how large or small this impact will be. The company plans to open 1,900 restaurants and new locations, that is.
Wow. How unbelievable is that? If you watch that, there's a documentary on McDonald's, and they have a theory
that they're not in the fast food business, they're in the real estate business. Yeah. The fast food is only a placeholder. Yep. The whole, the locations until their property increases their value. Aren't they the largest real estate owner in the country or something? They are. Yeah. Isn't that wild? Smart business plan. A lot of fast food chains or a lot of fast food restaurants or businesses in general like that. Yeah. They lease the land or, they rent the land. Yeah. That's wild. All right, we get back. We're going to talk about the win in TRUMAN and a very big Los Angeles Dodgers in Studio City. I guess the inside scoop. I'll give you the address for that. Oh, okay. Are you in the city? Or you get the city? All right, we're live on KFI AM at 640. More now. Okay, I'm good. It's free. The more you know. The easier it is to avoid the idiots around you. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app. It's going local. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour news and former U.S. Attorney Assistant General Nathan.
He announced his bid to remove LA County DA George endangering everyone in LA County. Hoffman is being supported by former LA DA Steve Cooley, who says Hoffman is one of the most experienced prosecutors and criminal justice attorneys. Cooley was supposed to Sadler KFI News.
National Weather Service has issued a high wind warning for the Antelope and Santa Clarita Valley. The warning expires tomorrow morning. This will take damage and winds are expected to gust between 50 and 80 miles per hour to 5 miles per hour. Officials with California Department of Water Resources say the month of rain has resulted in a record snowpack. There have only been 3 other years where our April snowpack has been greater than 200% of average in April. EWR's Sean McGee says the numbers result in 221% of the April 1st average. He says the statewide automated snow sensing networks reporting 237% average. He says snowpack in the southern Sierras measures 306% of normal for April. The next challenge is combating snow melt and severe flooding. Another train derailment, this time in Montana, could be difficult to clean up. Just to say 25-car train derailment filled powdered clay in cases of beer tunnel with limited access. Emergency crews say it's a terrible spot to get in and out of. Montana rail links as nobody has heard from guys with materials. So, the death of a black man at a hospital in Virginia that led to murder charges against 10 people has been ruled a homicide. This will say Diego Oteño's death last month, or Ivo Oteño's death last month, was caused by asphyxia with restraint. Oteño was first arrested after a neighbor reported he was having a mental health crisis.
First to a mental health hospital, he was arrested there after 3 days in jail, transferred to Virginia Central State Hospital, where video footage shows deputies and hospital staff piling on top of the 20-year-old, holding him down for more than 10 minutes.
Actors says officers met the staff not expecting court until the end of April or early May.
Now with an exciting caramel flavor. Enjoy the delicious taste of Starbucks coffee with classic caramel flavor. New Yorkers. Tap on the Blueberry and Starbucks double shot energy. At grocery stores, convenience stores, and gas stations nationwide.
Had a gun and was in a violent mood. 25-year-old man was shot January 6th in the hospital with 4 shots. The White House says Saudi Arabia's decision to cut oil production by about 1.1 million barrels a day is ahead. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says the Biden administration did get a heads up about the decision before it went public.
I always going to agree with everything that Saudi Arabia does and says. Any more than they're always going to agree with everything that we do to work together on.
Kirby says the Biden administration is still committed to refilling the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which OPEC, which Saudi Arabia is part of, says the voluntary oil production adjustments are a precautionary measure in the oil market. And the National Student Clearinghouse Research Center says enrollment in community colleges has fallen 37% since 2010. Two-tier community colleges have the worst completion rates, with nearly half of students dropping out within a year. Because 4 out of 5 students in community college, the 8 community college, say they plan to go on to get a bachelor's degree, but only about 1 in 6 do it. Black and Hispanic students are disproportionately affected. SoundCloud Mother from KFI most clear. Rainy skies out there. Some good times tonight. Lows above 40 degrees. Sunny and a bit warmer tomorrow. Highs in 50s and beaches. Mid-50s metro area counties. Around 70 in the Pine Valley. Above 60 in the high desert Antelope Valley. A little warmer every day this week as we get into the weekend. Only about 20 degrees hotter on Saturday than today. Right now in Irvine, 59, Fullerton 60, Burbank 59, Torrance 60 degrees. KFI Financial Report sponsored by Kobe Meyer Injury Attorneys. Dow finished up 327, NASDAQ was up down 32.
He was up 15, the average price of regular gas in California, $4.83 a gallon.
Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. The northbound side of the 101 heading away from Dallas Boulevard delays ahead to White Oak and Encino. It's Michael Ryan checking out his city KF on the side.
Well, we hit the tunnel to the tail. And on the left side there, La Brea, looks like they finally got to the right shoulder, but very unusual for this time of day to be chocked up all the way into East LA Interstate. And adding the normal stuff on the eastbound side, pretty much from Santa Monica on and off with East LA Interstate as well. Also, it looks like the southbound side of the 101 is getting very tough out of Hollywood down towards the Boulevard Station downtown. And that is a rocking tonight, so a lot of folks have to do the stadium. Looks like the Sunset Boulevard on the west-hand side always very heavy there from Chinatown up to Big Avenue. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
In Orange County, it's the 5 that's running slow northbound out of Irvine from Culver Drive all the way to Harbor and Anaheim. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez. U.S. Fingerprints never running customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power. Since California is home to most award shows, we prepare to thank you. To Californians everywhere, we've been proud to help you plan, budget, and save smarter. Our full staffing and residential employees have no place to time to work for you, and we can't thank you enough for that. And thank you to our real-life humans who go above and beyond for our customers every day. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Member FDIC.
I get it. Flip it, cup it, super twice a day. I get it. Flip it, cup it, check it in the morning and before dinner. I get it. Flip it, cup it, check it, and share it with my doctor. Nearly 1 in 2 U.S. adults have high blood pressure. That's why it's important to self-monitor your blood pressure and for easy to remember steps. It starts with a monitor.
Now that I know my blood pressure numbers, start with my strap. We're getting those numbers down.
Be next to talk to your doctor about your blood pressure numbers. Get down with your blood pressure. Self-monitoring is power. Learn more at manageyourBP.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, the American Heart Association, and the American Medical Association, in partnership with the Office of Minority Health and Health Resources and Services Administration.
Homeowners, stop worrying about drinking harmful water. Get a Puritan whole house water filtration and conditioning system for $0 down and just $49 a month. Go to PuritanWater.com. More stimulating. Donald Trump's in New York. He's going to be arraigned tomorrow. And they need a big play for the NCAA championship tonight. If they win, San Diego will be going crazy. What about time to drive down there to watch this hard?
I was in Atlanta Airport Saturday night. I was watching that thing right at the end.
Oh, that's cool.
And the TV that I had the view of was a different TV than everybody else in the restaurant had the view of, and mine was about 30 seconds ahead. So I walked that last way where the dude sunk and I went, oh, and everybody looked at me, not realizing I had to see it ahead of time. 30 seconds later, you had the entire place go, oh, it was so cool. And that's where you smoke.
Yeah. Kroger got me with a April Fool's joke, which is pretty good. I gotta read it. Can I read it to them? Sure. Where are you? So I wrote something to him about, hey, I can't wait to see you on Monday. And then Kroger wrote back, so you're really going to hate this, but so we put a bid on a house in Wilmington, North Carolina. It should be gone within 2 months started. And then,
Cool. Cool. Roast. Yeah, totally roast.
And what did you do?
Okay, then I wrote to Bellio. Where's the last call area? Okay, then I wrote to, I was going to do the Angel, but I ended up being like, Angel, so I said, okay, Bellio is up in the mountains, the air's thin. So I wrote yesterday, I go, hey, you came in yesterday from Crozer, maybe very sad. He said, we put a bid in our house and we'll meet in North Carolina to be gone within 6 months. And then Bellio wrote back with those shocked eyes, smiley face with the shocked eyes, big eyes. And everybody in their car is doing big eyes. You think you're doing this? You guys in the road. Stop. That was a big eye. I remember, and then Bellio wrote back, what's the F? I don't know what that means. And then he said, remember Mike Paper, the former operation manager, he's a program director for a big news station there. I'm going to Crozer met up with him. And then I wrote back, he did. He said he met with him. And then I wrote back, April Fool, sorry, but too good to pass up. And then radio, and then Bellio wrote back, and then in big letters, like, you big Joe. Yeah, even in text, he doesn't swear in text.
I felt for that.
You big Joe. He totally got me. Yeah, there you go. I'm horrible with practical jokes. I cannot hold a practical joke because I just, the instant I say that, I just I want to practical before I say it. And I literally looked at the time afterwards. I could only make it 1 minute before I took you to April Fool. And I didn't see the April Fool. I looked at it. I think they're to respond after I said April Fool. I'm like, oh, you still around? I looked at it real quick. I'm like, oh, no, this can't be. I want to Robin knows. I want to Bellio knows. Then it's like April Fool. I'm like, oh, I got it. You could have responded.
Well, good luck to you, buddy.
And then you got Bob had a nice week anyway. We're just going to, well, yeah, it could have been, you're going to be really happy there, man. Yeah, it'll be great. By the way, what are you doing with your wine court collection? You taking it with you? But we'll get your fire you really want to guess? We'll play name that tune real quick. Guess the university whose fight song goes something like this. You guys all know it, right? But you can't, what is it? What do you think it's in?
I don't know. Yeah, I know it. I just don't know the name.
Everybody knows it. Here's another one. This is a little easier, right? Hold on. Here's another one.
Don't know this.
So, the melee behind it, obviously, is January 16th. We have 7 Indians, not to mention all sorts of plants and animals collected. This guy's a good one.
Yeah, it's easy. All right, here's another one.
Back to Spain was relatively ships.
Which fight song is this?
That the ships were covered higher was definitely separated from the still remained by so the storm so frightened Columbus that he was covered in counter was originally placed in a barrel. The writings and instructions for the found the message
You'll know it.
even if Lucas saying Columbus wanted to
We're going to say, what's it?
no storm was going to take Columbus in the ship. He kept leaving
USD.
next evening, September 15th.
That's a great one. All right, guys. That's a great one. We'll come back and replay you San Diego State. They're going to win tonight. San Diego State is going to kick ass tonight. And the 7.5-point underdogs is going to win by 30. Cowboys cover live on KFI. 1 out front. KFI 24 minutes. Thousands of LA Unified School District workers acting and voting on a labor agreement with the school district, which includes a 30% pay raise and fully paid benefits of the voting so far. The Labor Department says Amazon $15 million it spent last year on labor consultants, which you unionize. And this will continue to innovate and create brand new trends with the announcement of a live action remake of the animated film Moana, which was released in 2016, starting with really 8 years ago. Let's take a look at the freeways. Morongo Safari Quest giveaway. You get some flip sunglasses and a chance to upgrade your Ray-Bans when you're in 500 points on your reward card on the 10th or the 11th of April. The legendary Wayne Newton is going to be there. Live this Friday. How about that? At Morongo. Wayne Newton. And Easter freebie, you get a free and yummy chocolate bunny on April 9th. Wow. It's yellow, right? The Easter Bunny brunch. Join Morongo at the top of the resort for a stunning view and delicious buffet at a special price. Reserve your table today. Yep. Ice cold beer makes you want to cheer. The National Beer Day is April 7th, and all beers are specially priced at all of Morongo's bars. Morongo Casino Resort and good times for everyone. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, list your places at Slow in Irvine.
From 405 to make away along the southbound side. Saturday slow movement getting away from Colton at University. And I'm going to have to have looking better by Sam Cannon. Now we've got Mike O'Brien who's taking a look at the giant AF on the side. Hi, Mike. Oh, he is, John. Like 15 minutes ago. That's my dad. Oh my gosh, he's gonna start texting me right now. Oh, then, that's together. Okay, Alex here, the blocker sent up. Tell the 210 westbound just before Washington Avenue where a truck is on. Oh, yeah. 3 right lanes blocked, delays off of the 2. If you see a problem, count to 50 keywords KFI traffic. KFI in the sky. Hopefully, by Mercedes-Benz.
Boykers Anthony Davis was named the NBA's Western Conference Player of the Week. He averaged almost 39 points and 12 rebounds over 3 games. Angels third baseman Anthony Rendon received a 4-game suspension for Major League Baseball for that all San Diego State and Utah battle it out in the NCAA tournament title game. I'm Frank Aaron.
This family takes turns turning out. Brains, beauty, and athleticism. All they need now is for you to drive them off the line. The Mercedes-Benz family of SUV. A family of unrivaled vehicles waiting at your local dealer. This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt. Hurry to Jackson Hewitt for 50% off tax prep. Secure it before April 9th. Limited time offer for new clients finding at participating locations. Max savings $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50%.
You know what RV stands for? It is relaxing vacation road there. I can't think it's rad vehicle. And on RV, they stand for quality and safety for your family. Grab life by the wheel and make some memories. Start at elmonterv.com.
business marketers report, we hear about the importance of local radio from Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Pray.com's Meditative Prayers podcast is the best way to bring God's perfect peace into your life. Each meditative prayer helps you focus on God, fight anxiety, sleep better, and more.
As you close your eyes, ask God to come and have fellowship with you. Open yourself to the Holy Spirit and ask Him to minister to you.
Listen to Meditative Prayers on the iHeartRadio app or
Where say no, literally without even looking at it. You make a claim and the city says you have another leg to talk with. They say no. That's what they do.
Everything means we don't have a leg to stand up.
Bill handle. How the hell do I know? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. Tom Wickham. All right, Donald Trump's in New York. We have more snow than we've ever had. And McDonald's is going to lay some people off. Big story. Here's San Diego State. They're about to play for their first national championship. Never been in the finals, never been in the Final Four. I don't think they've ever been in the Sweet or the Final Eight, the Elite Eight either. But they could win it all tonight if they beat University of Connecticut, UConn, I call it. But here's San Diego State University Aztecs fight song. Hopefully hear this in 2 hours. There you go. All right, one more. Guess, name that university fight song. We'll do one more. Here we go. Last one. What is it? What is it? Yes! You nailed it. Oh, yeah. That's University of Michigan. It's all big band crap. There's always a big drums, big, wind. Is that the wind instruments? You play the wind, the brass? The brass? Brass is good. Steel drums. Yeah, it's all the spooky kids getting out there and stuff. All right, anyway, San Diego State playing tonight. That could be a big deal. Big deal. We don't know a lot about politics, but let's find out what's going on tomorrow. I mean, a lot of people saw Donald Trump leave Florida for New York. Then his motorcade went to Trump Tower in Manhattan. And let's find out what's going to happen tomorrow at 8 o'clock our time, 8 a.m. Like the one that's due here tomorrow. Former President Trump is going to surrender to face around 2 dozen criminal counts. The indictment is sealed until then, so we don't know the actual charges. But the grand jury was asked to consider whether Trump may have disguised the 2016 hush payment for Stormy Daniels on his company's books. Once he arrives here at court, Trump is going to be placed under arrest. But unlike most other criminal defendants, he will not be in handcuffs when he's brought before a judge to enter a plea of not guilty.
There will be no court proceedings other than Trump's on the 15th floor, and many other cases in the building have been adjourned. And Trump has lashed out at the judge hearing the case, State Supreme Court Justice Juan Rashad, who also oversaw the tax fraud trial of Trump's company, the Trump organization, that ended in a conviction.
You know, I heard it was the Secret Service that said no to the handcuffs. You know, they're the primary agency in charge of keeping presidents and former presidents safe. And they said, no, you're not putting the president in that game.
And that rhetoric, Trump's rhetoric about the judge, about the prosecutor, the Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, and about the merits of the case has police on alert. And come tomorrow, George, this entire area is going to be sealed off.
Yeah, can't get in there tomorrow. And everybody that goes to that building can be searched twice. What? Like the pursuit today, female suspect stole a cop car.
They found another pit maneuver, but it was a difficult position for them to be in. So now there is nowhere for this person to go, and the officers are armed, pointing at her. But let's see what one officer is waiting for them to come forward, which was somewhat unusual. Bruce, what could you take from that? Okay, the person still is trying to ease forward. You're seeing that there is nowhere for this person to go.
If you're watching this as, you know, just basically, if you're watching it just as an observer, like you happen to be in the area where this happened, that's got to be incredible to watch, because it's literally a bunch of people, you know, cops pointing guns at what they think is an undercover cop in the car.
Yes, we were all watching this unfold live on air. We were all wondering who is behind the wheel of that stolen vehicle. Now we know it is a woman in her 30s, but according to the LA County Sheriff's Department, she has been booked into jail as Jane Doe because we're told she did not have any identification on her and is not speaking. Now, we did end up, it all...
That sounds like a perfect out, right? No ID and not a big talking.
She did not have everyone in silent treatment.
That kid really did.
She did not have any identification on her and is not speaking. Now, we did end up, it all ended here in this industrial Anaheim.
Oh, did you hear that? Oh, sorry.
Right now, on your live freeway in Anaheim, you can see here the sort of vehicles we've been seeing all afternoon. Luckily, not a lot of we have learned that just a few steps away from where...
You know, I was doing yard work outside. My wife came and said, hey, there's a cop car that was stolen, and they're pursuing a cop car. So that was Friday, or Thursday of last week. We're watching an old case. And she goes, no, another one. I said, another cop car was stolen? I couldn't believe it. What's going on with these cop cars? All these cop cars, they're gone. I don't get it. There was one last week? Yeah, there's one last week when you were in North Carolina. There was that's the one where the guy jumped out of the car. You see that? Oh, hey, let's get your reaction on the air. Well, you know this, I can figure. And either Conway Show or Tim Conway, either one. And there's a guy who stole a CHP Cruiser. And as he's traveling, he jumps out of the car. Serious speeds over 100 miles an hour. Is that the right one? No, that's today's, I think. Oh, yes, 3 hours. Yeah. But if you scroll down a little further, there's one from Thursday. Oh, I'm surprised that wasn't internet or national news. But you know what, bro? That's not the one from Face SoCal Carjacking. Oh, here. Watch this cat. He jumps.
Oh, wait, no, I didn't do it. Oh, I did. I pushed out my watch, too.
That's interesting, guys. It's got time. He's like, oh, yeah. He's expecting some music, like maybe some yakky sax. And then he owns the car. Oh, man. He jumped out at 50 miles an hour. Is he alive? He's not alive. He probably had a lot of bad decisions in his life, and we finally saw the last hopefully bad decisions. Poor guy. I was just going through something. You got to be in a bad place to think that. Yeah. I get it. All right, we're live on KFI AM 640. We're looking for those responsible for the shooting death of 2 men in Hollywood. Investigators say the shooting was reported near the intersection of La Brea Avenue and Sunset Boulevard. The dead men were in their 30s, and police say they're looking for 2 men also in their 30s who may have been the shooters. Witnesses told detectives the 2 dead men were with the regular. April-proof leaders to strike after May 1st when contests expire. Online voting runs April 11th through the 17th. Disney CEO Bob Iger says it's wrong of Florida's governor to retaliate against the company for practicing free speech. Governor Ron DeSantis has criticized Disney over the company's political positions and halted Disney from self-governing its resorts in Florida. Iger says Disney's relationship with Florida should be a two-day street, and any action that thwarts those efforts becomes not just anti-business, but anti-Florida.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Artemis 2 crew.
3 U.S. astronauts, 1 astronaut from Canada, Canada. They've been chosen by NASA to fly around the moon. The first time since the end of the Apollo program. Reed Weissman, Christina Koch, Will Hackney. Victor Glover and Jeremy Hansen have been selected for the Artemis 2 program. NASA's Vanessa White says the space program has made many giant leaps since President Kennedy wanted to land a person on the moon.
We stand on the shoulders of giants as we reach farther into the stars and push forward to the moon once again and on to Mars.
NASA says the flight scheduled for 2024. Who's going to travel around the moon and back on a 10-day mission. We'll take a look at the freeways coming up.
Let's talk about Sunday. You want to sell your home, you want to get a lot of money for it, and you don't want to do anything to clean it up or repair anything. You're kind of lazy this thing, right? Well, which is cool. You don't have to be embarrassed by them. That means you got to call Sunday. That's your option, right? Call Sunday. They're a real estate marketplace. And what they're going to do is they're going to set you up. The average homeowner gets 22 cash off, 0 fees to Sunday. And close within as little as 10 days. So, shortly after Easter, you get yourself a big Easter check. So the best part, no showing, no repair, 125 offers. We'll go to the website, sunday.com/offers. Sunday's licensed real estate offers. More information, visit the website, sunday.com/disclosures. First guys tonight, cool temps, lows above 40 degrees. Tomorrow, clear and a little warmer. A little warmer each day, get through the week and through the weekend. 16% to 53 in Lauderdale. There's a truck on fire in La Cañada.
Right on that connector there. It looks like they're extinguishing the flame, and they're wrapping everything up right now. So lanes are reopening on that connector to north to the 210 west. Now, look at that too, making your way northbound so that those delays are fine. It looks like it was pretty crowded there for a bit, but delays are clearing out quickly. You might be slow moving up, kind of red slow moving, getting away from the 2. There's a crash ahead near Orange Grove in Pasadena. That's keeping you slow moving. Beyond the crash, the drive looks pretty good along the 210 eastbound. Flowing ahead is Sierra Madre as you continue and stretches all the way to Citrus. Hang up on in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez. You want to go for a walk?
I'm tired of walking. I want a car.
Go buy one.
I can't find one. There's no availability.
There is at roto.com.
Really?
Yes. You finally listened. The wait is over. Find new and pre-owned cars available right now by downloading the Roto app or check out roto.com.
Welcome to the CPAP Games live from the Heat bedroom. It's another eventful night, Bruce. It sure is, Ron. Steve has been flailing everywhere, struggling with his CPAP. His wife, Michelle, is as tense as a fiddle string trying to contain her rage. Michelle's rolling Steve over. There he goes, and the mask is off. Oh my, the snoring. Michelle throws an elbow. Now a shove. As he's leaving for the couch, taking her place is Behavior's 100-pound lamb. Ask him that dog crap, Steve. With all his struggles, he should get Inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspire is a sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. It's right from Putnam. As you sleep, Inspire keeps you breathing normally and sleeping peacefully. There's no mask and no homes. Just sleep. Learn more at InspireSleep.com. That's InspireSleep.com.
Inspire. Sleep apnea innovation. Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com.
Junk science. That's what doctors call many of those fruit and nuts, a common produce department fruits and vegetables with few health benefits. I take Field of Green because it's a whole organic fruit and vegetable, not some watered-down supplement. Makes sense, right? And it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Green was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support my immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and healthy weight loss. I don't eat as healthy as I should. I know, but that's why I take Field of Green. Like me, you'll probably look and feel healthier fast and have way more energy.
TechMedici.com. Tech Medicine of USC. Together, we are limitless.
KFI AM 640.
The news, what it means, why it matters. San Diego State is playing their very first game in the national championship. Keep an eye on that for you. Plus, Donald Trump in New York to be arraigned tomorrow. And McDonald's firing a bunch of people, or asked a bunch of people to stay home. They took away their computer access. They want to know how they could reach it. And it doesn't look good. So, we'll do cause. Yeah, it's not wild. Man, I'd be very cautious. I'd be scared to death. You know, people would work at McDonald's are probably pretty cool. It's probably a cool thing. It's probably a good job. You know, all day long, you're working around people that are, you know, don't get as you want. Happy Meal, right? Happy Meal. It's just the names in the food. That's right. Astronomical pricing. I like the car, but I don't like the prices. The prices are going down anytime soon. This has been an interesting first quarter because I think everybody thought we would see a cool down in terms of auto sales, auto pricing. Right. Really hasn't developed the way people expected. Not across automotive outlets estimate in terms of what to expect for the first quarter. And they are coming in hotter than expected. So as a result, for the full year, they're moving their sales forecast for new vehicles up slightly to 14.2 million. Used vehicles also moving a little bit higher. Near record highs in terms of pricing and in terms of what we're seeing, record high prices for a new car. How do you show you? The demand is still there, though it may be cooling off just a little bit more than people thought maybe a month ago. Here's why. You have these transaction prices. They hit a peak in December. They come down a little bit. Don't be surprised when we get the March numbers. It's just 48,763. Peaks down closer to 48, 47.9 in that range there. And for the automakers, they are noticing that people are saying, wait a second, 750 is the average monthly payment for a new vehicle. It's a little too rich for my blood. Yeah. 41 days supply is what's out there right now. We get the month-end numbers in about a week and a half. Don't be surprised if that's in the mid-45, 46 range in terms of day supply. That's an increase substantially compared to June of last year. Remember, normal inventory, 60 to 70 days supply. If you take a look at General Motors, Toyota, Tesla, remember the automakers will be reporting their March and Q1 deliveries next week. You know, I saw a commercial, but you know, when you're buying a car, you always pause on the commercials. You look at the commercials, you say, hey, I like that car, that looks cool. And the Buick looks nice. The Buick. That'd be wild. Drive around the Buick. Looks like it's a great car. I suspect we'll get Tesla over the weekend, and then we'll hear from the legacy automakers Monday and Tuesday of next week. And at that time, we'll get a better sense of just how much the market may cool off in the second quarter. I have to tell you guys, I mean, when they get to the showroom, you want what? For a new vehicle, when they come in, they're offering to trade in their used vehicle after 3 years. A lot of people are balking at some of these prices they're seeing right now. Yeah, and a lot of these car manufacturers, car dealers, they're putting a $20,000 price tag above what the price of the car or truck is. And I don't know who can afford that. You know, an extra $20,000 over the actual cost of the car or the truck. I don't know who's got that kind of thing. All right, let's talk about timeshares. Timeshare allows individuals and families to split ownership. This is the newest thing in real estate right now. What makes timeshares attractive?
Well, in theory, the concept makes sense. Homeowners, second home ownership is out of reach for a lot of Americans. And if you are giving up a opportunity to only pay for a second home during the week during which you use it, kind of makes sense because you're not going to use it all year round. So if multiple parties buy in,
what it is, it's a timeshare, but you know all the other owners. And they don't get to pick what part of the world you travel to. It's that house or that condo, and you get it for 3 or 4 weeks a year, and you might own it with 8 other families.
That really, you can consider yourself a second homeowner for a relative discount. So $20,000 might sound like a bargain to you. It comes with vacation rates every single year. And what are the drawbacks? Why might it not be the best investment?
Because you can lose your shirt.
So there are a lot of red flags, including once you buy in, it's still not free to own them. They come with annual maintenance fees that you're on the hook for every single year. So while the average cost is around $24,000, and shipping cost is more, especially depending on how high end the timeshare is and the flow rate.
By the way, we get that there are different houses and different prices.
At a rate that's even higher than inflation.
Right. You have to pay the maintenance fee and the insurance fee, and you also pay utilities. All right, so let's say you do your math, and you decided this is not going to be anymore. Those maintenance fees you're talking about sort of become a lot. Yeah, how do you get out? That's what you're going to do. Sell your timeshare. There you go. Get balance out before you ever bought it.
That's a good question. And it's another reason why the SEC and state attorneys general warned consumers not to enter into timeshares for their investment value, which it can make sense if you know you want a vacation.
How many years were there? It's still to use.
And if you know you...
Wow, is that a fiver? You give us a 5-pack? You give us a 5-pack? Yes, ma'am. All right, there's 2. There's 2. 2 more? Or there's 4.
You know you want a vacation.
Wow. 5 packs. You put in 5 years?
You know you want a vacation and do that every year, and that vacation is locked in, it's guaranteed, it's very authenticated. But if you decide you no longer want to own the timeshare at the end of the contract, it can be really hard to offload.
Yeah.
Timeshare exit companies, the whole second industry has popped up, and they can sometimes scam consumers by over-promising and under-delivering. And there's an online marketplace for timeshare resale and rental called Rabbi that has some listings for $0. So some folks are literally giving their timeshares away just so that they're not on the hook for thousands of dollars.
That's a good deal. Giving a timeshare for nothing, just to pay the maintenance. You know, just to be honest with you.
A year.
And in this place, we have a fucked rabbi.
I am
The thing
110% shocked that my wife and I don't have 9 timeshares. I can't believe how you or her both. Just 2 idiots. We've avoided the timeshare for our entire life. I can't believe that.
Have you been to any of the presentations or anything like that? Close. Yeah, close. I did one in Vegas. We needed like 20 years. Did you buy? Oh, no. But man, it's crazy how much they put that hard sell on.
I mean, there are some people that said it's borderline kidnapping, where they won't let you leave the room.
Yeah.
That's wild.
They got us with like, oh, we'll give you a gift. A really super nice gift. It could be this. It could be this. And then
those are great salespeople. They work here at KFI, they kick ass. Yeah, they really are good salespeople. I realize on KFI AM and 640. What up, bro? KFI 24 hours.
a motion calling for LA County jails to be depopulated and decarcerated is being pulled from tomorrow's agenda by the LA County Board of Supervisors. They say they want to see more input from law enforcement. That's one thing. The Fed say nearly 43,000 people were killed in traffic crashes last year. That's the highest number in 16 years. Speeding and distracted driving pushed that rise in deaths. And Twitter has removed the blue check mark from the New York Times' account after the Times refused to pay for it. CEO Elon Musk began charging for the verification system when it took over last year. Let's out to the freeways one more time, Angel.
On that 210 making your way along the beach outside, it was slowing down from just about Sierra Madre, delayed ahead to Huntington in Monrovia, who crowded in Irwindale off the 605 looking better just before Azusa. Also into Baldwin Park on the 10 eastbound. Looks like there's a crash coming up on, actually this is in Pomona, 10 eastbound at White Avenue. We've got an emergency crew on the scene with a backup coming off of the 57 freeway. And the 71 southbound going down in Pomona.
Are we just watching the same?
Looking a lot better by the time you make your way to Mission Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This is Michael Jr. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings. Lakers Anthony Davis was named the NBA's Western Conference Player of the Week. He averaged almost 39 points and 12 rebounds over 3 games.
Angels third baseman Anthony Rendon received a 4-game suspension from Major League Baseball for that altercation with an A's fan on opening day. College basketball will have its champions tonight as San Diego State and Utah battle it out in the NCAA tournament title game. I'm Frank Aaron. Hey everyone, it's Mike Owen Jr. introducing my new podcast, Dojo, tackling sports, pop culture, and whatever else you can think of. Download and listen to the newest episodes from my show, Dojo, the podcast with DraftKings, releasing daily, Monday through Friday, wherever you get your podcasts.
This report is sponsored by personal injury firm Owen Patterson and Owen.
Why should an accident victim not wait till they get better to call a lawyer?
There are strict time limits for filing injury claims, so you want to get professional legal help right away to get on the right track to physical and financial recovery.
Thanks, OPO. Now we know. 888-OPO-WINS. OPOLaw.com.
U.S. Fingerprint, number one in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power. Since California is home to most award shows, we prepare thank you foods. Hey, Californians everywhere, we've been found to help you plan, budget, and save smarter. Our goal tracking and budgeting tools would have no place in time to work for you, and we can't thank you enough for that. And thank you to our real-life humans who go above and beyond for our customers every day. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Remember FDIC.
This week's Marketers Report, we learn about the value of local influencers in uncertain times. From Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
The economy is tough for everyone, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of the tough environment is really important. We have 19,000 agents across the country, and they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, connected, and for us to be able to touch customers at the local field but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. As your old patio or driveway see better days, transform your outdoors with System Pavers. For a limited time, save up to thousands with free demolition. Call 800-PAVE-004 or visit SystemPavers.com to get started. All orders must be placed by April 30th. See website for details. Contracting license 6615700. Golden Voice presents Power Trip. Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden, CDC, Ozzy Osbourne. Now it's cool. Tickets for the entire Power Trip weekend. VIP camping at the Safari Tent Campground. All thanks to Golden Voice. Register now to buy tickets at PowerTrip.live. On sale Thursday at 1 p.m. Eastern. Interview chance to win now. iHeartRadio.com/PowerTrip. Can't be clone people. If I'm gone, don't try to bring me back. You're looking to bring me back to an approximation. We wouldn't share consciousness. You could know that into your clone. It's just you over. But how is it my consciousness could exist in two places at once? Good. This is beyond us. Mo Kelly, with live 7 to 10 p.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Big 40. Conway Show. Donald Trump's in New York. That's a big day tomorrow on local news. CNN, MSNBC, Fox News. They're all going to have record days tomorrow with ratings with Donald Trump all day long. So that'd be interesting, whatever side you're on there. Nice to see all the commotion, the circus going on there. Most people will be watching that. A lot of people will be watching. Take a look at it. I'll take a look at it. I think you'd be lying if you didn't, something you're going to take a look at it. And then the snowpack, the most it's been, the highest it's been in years, maybe ever. Forever. And then also McDonald's. People work at McDonald's, they're going through some tough times right now, so considering your happy. All right, Orca Lolita. The Miami Sea Aquarium announces plans to return Orca Lolita to home waters. Many hurdles ahead, but a major step forward as the Miami Aquarium essentially cleared the way today for Tokate, the orca also known as Lolita, the
to finally go back home. As the rain came down on Tokyo, the orca living in captivity at the Miami Aquarium for 53 years, big news about her future was being announced at a ballroom in downtown Miami. They concluded, wait a minute, that orca, that whale was 53 years old? Is that true? I think we can do it. Official confirmation that a formal and binding agreement has now been signed between the non-for-profit Friends of Toki and the owner of the Miami Aquarium, the Dolphin Company, to begin the process of returning the 56-year-old orca back home to her native waters in the Pacific Northwest. It means that we can show the world that we work together, we can make it happen. Toki, one of 7 baby orcas violently captured by hunters in 1970. Oh my God. I can't believe this thing's 56 years old. How is she going to live out there? She has a skill to live out the wild, then sold to various marine parks, and the only one to have survived, living here at the Miami Aquarium ever since, in the smallest whale tank in the world, where she once performed 2 shows a day, 7 days a week, and went by the stage name Lolita until her retirement only a year ago. You are going home. Hang in there. Indianapolis Colts owner and philanthropist Jim Ursley now joining the effort, committing resources to help make it happen. When I promise something, I promise it and deliver. You are going home. Folks, I'm not working with this a-hole every day. When I promise something, I promise it and deliver. You are going home. Yeah, when I tell you you're going to get a new copier in this office, you're going to get a new copier. I can tell you that. I tell you, when we give stuff away on the station, we give it away. Coach on this guy. Like bowl, this radio bowl, working with this guy every day. When I promise something, I promise it and deliver. You are going home. I guarantee it. Coach deathly ill this time last year with a severe respiratory infection, but according to her caregivers, has now rebounded to where she's strong enough to make the 3,000-mile journey. So they're going to take her 3,000 miles to cross country and then stick her into water that she never remembers and doesn't have the hunting skills. What the hell are they doing here? They're going to kill this whale. To Washington State. Yes, the vets have specifically given us written assurances that even today she's healthy enough. Friends of Toki say a number of sites for a natural sea pen that will become Toki's new home. Oh, I see. They're going to put her in a sea pen. All right, I get it. All right, now I get it. Have been identified. Like this one, I visited in the Salish Sea in waters her family, the El Pod, still swims through today. Her 95-year-old mother is still alive. Wow! I didn't know these things lived that long. Her 95 whale mother, her 95 mother of a whale or whale mother, the whale mother, the mother of this whale is still alive. Wow! Her 95-year-old mother.
Super strong family bond.
Is that right?
And her family will remember her. Yeah, they will. They really will.
Oh,
absolutely. I can't wait to hear the stories about them heading over there to, maybe try to break her out.
Yeah, that's wild, man. That's like a Disney movie. What was that movie, Free Willy? I think it was, right? Yeah, Free Willy. Her 95-year-old mother is still alive, but the opportunity for her to acoustically connect with her family, without a doubt. So acoustically, yes, and potentially physically over time. Friends of Toki say the entire process could take up to 2 years, if not longer. There will be challenges. Federal regulatory agencies like NOAA and the USDA will have to approve it. In a few weeks, we're actually going to Washington to have meetings with them. We're going posting ahead. When I promised that whale to be delivered, I'm delivering that whale. And the price tag on all this, according to Friends of Toki, upwards of $15 million. But it's important to underscore, $15 million to get this whale back up there. That the plan has never been to just drop her in the ocean and free her and have her fend for herself, but rather to retire her to a seaside sanctuary where she will... What? Rather to retire her to a seaside sanctuary where... Anyway, I give up the shots before the voiceover. To a seaside sanctuary where she will see the same care that she does right now at the Miami Aquarium, if not better. She'll be fed regularly. She'll have vets at her beck and call. She'll have trainers there. And she'll have 2 dolphins with her. They're going to bring Leaky, who currently shares her tank here at the aquarium, and another Pacific white-sided dolphin named Loki. Wow, what a big deal this is. And of course, the space will be bigger. At first, twice the size of the football field. As she gets acclimated, they'll open it up to an area about 10 to 15 acres with a netted partitions that she can't go into the open water, but with the possibility of one day reuniting with her family, the Elkhorn. But again,
again, nothing happens without those regulatory agencies. That's great, man. That's a great story. We're going to follow that for everybody. All right, coming up next here is later with Mo Kelly. Nice to see you, Bob. Good to see you, Tim. Are you going to follow that whale story? We're going to get Lolita to go from 56 years incarcerated in Florida, and they're going to dump her into Washington. Yeah, it seems like the whale would be institutionalized at this point and not be able to function in the open water. Yeah, I guess they got a plan for it, though, man. Good for them. That's great. What's going on tonight's program? Could be a big night in the world of sports. We're going to talk about San Diego State, their program, how they're doing against University of Connecticut in the NCAA final. WWE and UFC have combined to form a $21.4 billion sports giant. And talk a little baseball. Anthony Rendon, the suspension has been handed down 4 games. It was originally, and that video originally came from Petra. Petros had the original video. Did not know that. Yeah, he right down the hall. Petros and money. Somebody sent it to the old Texoso one, and Petros like, hey, can they send this out? And I think he's gotten over like 15, 20 million hits on this thing. I have a feeling someone else also had the video. Yeah, there's a different video of it. Yeah, as well. But man, that's a big deal when you get players grabbing the fans who are paying to be there. Yeah. It's understood. If fans come on the field, that's one thing. But if you mention to the stands, that's their domain. That's right. It's a big deal. I'm surprised it's just 4 days. And the lawsuit has to be done. Yeah. All right. Daniel Gutko, nice to see you, Bob. Tonight, right here, right now, we have my 8. You can listen to KFI everywhere. Like you haven't noticed.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Radio app.
That's a lot of snow. My name is Jim Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. This year's snowpack is one of the deepest on record.
Looking like this year's KFI snowpack is probably most likely be either the first or second biggest snowpack on record dating back to 1950.
California Department of Water Resources, Sean McGuzman, says April snow depth was 126.5 inches and the snow water content was 54 inches. He says the numbers result in 221% of the April 1st average. The statewide automated snow sensory network is reporting a 237% average. In late March, the snowpack measure was 225% and 219% of a full year's average. He says the snowpack in the southern Sierra measured 306% of normal for the day. Former U.S. Attorney Assistant General Nathan Hoffman has announced his campaign to run for LA District Attorney. Hoffman says it's time for a DA who fights for victims, not criminals. Hoffman lost the election for California Attorney General against Rob Bonta in November, but former LA District Attorney Steve Cooley is endorsing Hoffman's 2024 DA campaign. Cooley says LADA.com is a failure in virtually all respects. The California State Attorney General Office has seized more than 1,400 guns from people who were not allowed to have them.
Rob Bonta said last year state investigators partnered with local law enforcement to make more than 24,000 contacts around the state across reference firearm owners against criminal history records, mental health records, and restraining orders so that we can prevent those individuals from owning and possessing guns. The Armed and Prohibited Persons program began in 2006 as a way to make sure guns weren't in the wrong hands. Bonta said last year officials seized 712 handguns, 360 rifles, 194 shotguns, 80 assault weapons, and 1 machine gun. Steve Corbett,
She is brought to you by Bethany Power Services. Students and teachers across Nashville have walked out of class and marched on the Tennessee State Capitol to demand stricter gun laws. The walkout comes a week after a mass shooting in a private Christian school that killed or left 6 people dead.
We shouldn't have to lay down our lives just to protect kids when they should be safe in their schools to be able to learn.
Students demand action. Vanessa Shore says a lot of her classmates wanted to teach us that there's tired of school shootings happening over and over again. She says nothing has changed. Tennessee Republic resource officers have gone to place trained armed security guards against every public school in the state. The proposal does not include any accountability.
Violence and destruction are not part of legitimate lawful expression.
New York City Police Commissioner Patton Scully had a former President Trump's historic appearance in court is scheduled for tomorrow. ABC says that the streets are closing, barricades are being put up, but the mayor has asked people to take public transportation.
Trump Tower in Midtown and the courthouse in Lower Manhattan both facing lockdown.
Trump faces unknown charges in connection with hush money payments and to a porn actress during the 2016 presidential campaign. During the event, scheduled for tomorrow. The Auto Club of Southern California is asking drivers to put their phones down because it's National Distracted Driving Awareness Month. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration reports that distracted driving killed 3,522 people in 2021, an average of 9 miles lost each day. Spokesperson for the Auto Club, Doug Hughes, says using your smartphone behind the wheel is a threat to
Your driveway. And also, don't be a distraction. If you know someone is driving, just help them.
Hughes says driving 55 miles an hour and taking your eyes off the road for 5 seconds is like traveling zones of a football field blindfolded. Rick Rogers, AFI News. Southland weather continued wind advisories up for the coastal areas and valleys, and a high wind warning is up in the Antelope and Santa Clarita valleys with wind gusts 50 to 70 miles per hour possible until 5 tomorrow morning. Clear skies tonight, lows in 40s. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the upper 50s to mid 60s. Warming to around 70 for Wednesday, low to mid 70s for the end of the week, and by Sunday, the highs at max 80. It's 58 in North Belinda, 59 Irvine, 57 in Carson, 54 in Laguna Beach. The AFI Financial Report is sponsored by Jacoby and Myers Injury Attorney. The Dow up 327 points. The NASDAQ is down 32 points. And the S&P 500 in 15. The average price for regular unleaded gas in California, $4.83 a gallon. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Just continuing since 1972. Price in Pasadena, 134.
So you're heading eastbound, and it looks like it's over to the right shoulder now and out of lane, so you're still seeing some flowing from Colorado Boulevard. Traffic backs up on the 101 heading southbound in Hollywood once you get to Santa Monica Boulevard. So we've got for you as you approach the 10, and on the 91 eastbound in Anaheim Hills, stopping those traffic once you get to Weird Canyon. That stays busy, heading into Toronto, clearing up right around Green River. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
U.S. Bank number one in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power. Since California has found the most awards, we prepare to thank you, Steve. To Californians everywhere, we bring college and health plans budget and save smarter. Our goal tracking and budgeting tools would have no place to shine if it worked for you, and we can't thank you enough for that. And thank you to our real life humans who go above and beyond for our customers every day.
I know it's hard to see.
Our and real work information with JDPower.com/awards.
I may break into the side and be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of pay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Come to Dodger Stadium when the Cubs and Mets visit starting Friday, April 14th through Wednesday, April 19th. Start to keep it off strong and get to the ballpark to cheer on the boys in blue. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/tickets. Addressing hair loss has never been easier thanks to advanced hair restoration, simple one-day treatment. The most difficult part? Making the call for your free consultation. Call 844-333-HAIR and get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. AdvancedHair.com. Schedule a home furnace safety check for just $77 with Ruger Hero Plumbing and Air.
Home at
More stimulating talk.
and I have a radio station.
It's later with Mo Kelly here by AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You know how sometimes you should have trusted your gut? But tonight was one of those times. I'll tell you in just a moment. Some of the headlines that we're following: former President Trump has arrived in New York ahead of his arraignment tomorrow in front of a judge. We'll see how that goes. And also, going back to my trust my gut, high wind warning issued for parts of Southern California. Now, you may not know this, but I suffer from really bad allergies. And whenever I see a high wind warning, I usually try to keep myself indoors or I start sneezing all day long, maybe sometimes into the night. I have these violent sneezing fits. Can't stop. And against my better judgment, I there was a high wind warning advisory for all of Southern California, but for some reason I decided to go outside and walk from the studio to get some food across the street. And before I even got that, I started sneezing uncontrollably. So if you hear like the mic go out or I start sneezing, that's why. And I should have listened to my better judgment and not gone outside. But here we go, I'm going to try it anyway. This is a big night regarding sports and the sports landscape in Southern California and beyond. One of the huge stories is San Diego State. Now, I didn't go to San Diego State, but I was always very fond of San Diego State growing up, and I have a number of friends who are alumni from San Diego State, and I know that their hearts are in their throats right about now, because San Diego State is down by about 16 points against UConn. It's not looking good. But it reminded me when I was a kid, and how these games are so big, especially for young kids growing up. I remember when I was a kid, I was watching Georgetown versus North Carolina. That was Patrick Ewing's freshman year. He had that huge season, and Georgetown lost at the end. And you think about all the kids which are going to be an influence tonight who grow up and probably go to San Diego State. That's the importance of sports on our psyche. And I'm pulling for San Diego State. I really am. My team's not in it, so I'm going to root for the California team. And this is the only, I don't know if you know this, but San Diego State is the last, or I should say the first team in the NCAA final since UCLA in 1995. That's how long since a California team has been in the NCAA men's basketball final. So it's a really big deal that San Diego State is in the final. It's not going well. I'm just letting you know, it is not going well. Right now they're getting run off the court. And maybe that was more a function of they spent all their money, as they say. They spent all their energy and all their magic with that buzzer beater win against Florida Atlantic University. Maybe it's that. And sometimes you just exhale when you finally get to the end. And maybe you just realize that, okay, we've done enough. We got to the championship game. We have memories forever. And you come out a little flat. And that's what it looks like is happening right now. But who knows? Maybe there's more magic. I don't know. But I'm pulling for San Diego State because I think about the young kids out there. I think about the boyhood dreams of possibly playing, representing your local area or your local college on the biggest stage. And those things stay with me for life. If I asked you all, you probably would have a childhood memory of a sporting event that probably is kept for the better part of 35, 40 years. And Steph, I don't think you're a big sports fan, but I'm quite sure there's probably some games that you remember from childhood that are stuck with you for life. 100%? Yeah. Anything in relation to basketball or football or some other sport? Basketball. Mm-hmm. I remember the Lakers when Magic Johnson was a rookie and he played in the space of Kareem for Game 6 against the Philadelphia 76ers. Kareem was out with an ankle injury. And Magic Johnson scored 42 points and 15 rebounds and 7 assists. Don't ask me why I know that, but I still know that. And that was 1980. So I was maybe 11 years old then. And that stays with me today. And that greatly informs why I'm a Lakers fan to this day. And Magic Johnson is my favorite player of all time. And I was talking about Georgetown. I remember when Georgetown played North Carolina, Michael Jordan was a freshman. And Georgetown had Patrick Ewing, who was also a freshman. And Michael Jordan hit what turned out to be the game-winning shot. This is the game in which Fred Brown threw it to the wrong team, threw it to James Worthy of North Carolina, threw the ball away. Things that I remember for life. And I didn't know I was going to Georgetown, but that put it on my mind for later in life. That it was an option, it was an opportunity. And I played a little ball in high school, but I was not ever going to go that far or anything. But the memories shape us forever. And I know there may be some kids crying tonight because San Diego State loses. That's a part of it. But there are also some open hearts who will look at San Diego State in an altogether different way. And consider the San Diego State has this glorious increase in applications and enthusiasm and interest in the university, specifically because they're on this huge stage tonight. And I'm pulling for them, but they're getting right out of the gym right now. It's not looking real good. It's not maybe 1 minute left in the first half and they're down by 14 and you know, it's just not looking up. But I want the California team to win
at all costs. And so the show tonight might be a little sports heavy, but that's why, because of San Diego State and so many other things which are going on of a local nature, which are going to impact you. We're going to obviously talk about the Anthony Rendon and altercation, Los Angeles Angels, and the so-called controversy about what is trash talking, what's allowed between Angel Reese and also Caitlin Clark, who, I gotta say, Caitlin Clark is a fantastic, phenomenal, generational basketball player. I haven't seen anyone as good as she is in maybe 20 years, since maybe Candace Parker or something like that. She's a generational talent. And so, and did you know, for the women's Final Four, the ratings have been better than any NBA men's game on ESPN. Really?
Wait, better than an NBA?
NBA? You can say I did not. You said NBA.
Wow.
The women's Final Four ratings have been higher. You can look it up. It's higher than any NBA game on ESPN this season. That's how many millions of people have been tuning in. They must be playing. Oh, they are playing. It was a fantastic tournament. So there's so many things we got to cover tonight, and a lot of them have to do with sports, but it's also a function of sports and society. It's later with Mo Kelly. I have really bad allergies, so you have to excuse me. KFI AM 640, we're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app now. Let's go to the KFI 24-hour newsroom in 80 Canada.
People who live in an apartment building in Truman Oaks who had to leave their homes after a tree fell onto the building this afternoon. The apartments are on North Sunny Slope Avenue. LA Fire hasn't said if anyone is hurt, and because of that, we have high winds knocked the tree down, but there are high winds in the area. The fifth largest reservoir in California is close to capacity after being only a quarter full less than a year ago. San Luis Reservoir is in the coastal range between the Central Valley and Devilroy, thanks to all the atmospheric river storms. It's now 98%. And as Mo was just telling you, the San Diego State Aztecs are facing off against UConn in the NCAA Tournament Championship game. This is the first time the Aztecs have played for the national championship. Right now, they're down by like 12 points. We'll check some drop along the 10 minutes.
Most people out there use the extract of fruits and vegetables. I'm talking about the junk science of those supplements, and that's what you have to watch out for. But I take Field of Greens because it's different. It's real different. It uses the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not some watered down extract. And I take it daily, one scoop of the beverage of my choice. Right now, I put it in 0-calorie lemonade, and it blends perfectly. But each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support my immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and hopefully my weight. And best of all, Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. If your doctor doesn't tell you your numbers have improved since your last visit, well, you can get a full refund. You can't beat that guarantee, so let me get you started with 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com. Just use the promo code KFI. One more time, that's fieldofgreens.com, promo code KFI.
Clear and windy tonight, lows in the 40s. Sunny tomorrow, highs in the 50s to mid-60s. This report brought to you by Blindster.com. A solid mid-city on the 10th.
Stuck in the middle lane, so you'll be seeing delays coming across La Brea. Culver City, 405 southbound traffic stacking up at Venice Boulevard. That stays slow to about the 90. And if you're on the 10 westbound in Upland, just after Mountain Avenue, crash there is taking away the right lane. That's causing some delays from about Euclid. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including forward blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom made for your windows, and shipping is free. Shop at home and order 10 free samples of any product before you buy. Blindster.com.
Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses, even as every move matters. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, Amen. Copyright 2023.
Hey, all the Steve Sharp, if you are ready for that new dream kitchen, now is the perfect time, because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California, the Kitchen Store, is having its massive winter sale. Everything from conventional entry-level cabinets to literally any custom
configuration imaginable, the kitchen store has got you covered. Imagine just one place to find every door, color, finish, storage option, hinge, and hardware accessory on the market. You'll find it all and more in Southern California's largest kitchen design showroom, waiting for you right off the 405 in Culver City. And as always, it all starts with a totally free in-showroom consult with one of the kitchen store's expert kitchen designers. 12-month famous cash financing, pricing that beats the big boxes, and happening right now, the huge winter sale. So start the new kitchen right by dialing 310 Kitchen. That's 310 Kitchen, or find them on the web at 310kitchen.com. Great partners make each other better. They show us what's possible beyond ourselves. At Tech Medicine of USC, being partners is more than just a goal. It's who we are. We are committed to offering you the personalized healthcare you need. With deep expertise and dedication, we'll work with you to reach your potential. Because the next great partnership is you and Tech. Together, we are limitless.
Pray.com's Meditative Prayer Podcast is the best way to bring God's perfect peace into your life. Each meditative prayer helps you focus on God, fight anxiety, sleep better, and more.
As you close your eyes, ask God to come and have fellowship with you. Open yourself to the Holy Spirit and ask Him to minister to you.
Listen to Meditative Prayer on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I want you to know what happened overnight. I want you to know the news of the day, but I also want you not to be ambushed. I want you to get up gently, have a cup of coffee, and let me tell you what's going on.
Wake Up Call with Jennifer Jones-Lee.
Live 5 to 6 a.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Randy with KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Some headlines we're following. The LA County supervisors plan to depopulate LA County jails. Well, that has been withdrawn. We'll continue to follow that story. And also the first grade Virginia teacher who was shot and wounded by her 6-year-old student. Well, she has filed a $40 million lawsuit against school officials. And there's this, you heard the bumper talking about Twitter. Twitter's always in the news. Elon Musk is always making news about Twitter, which is in the news. And today is no different. If you go to Twitter right now, and let me just remind you, it's time for the KFI roll call. So if you can hit me on Twitter at Mr. Mokelly and RMOKELLY, shout you out. Let us know how you're listening, where you're listening, anything else you'd like to say. It's real simple. But if you go to your Twitter right now, you may notice up in the left-hand corner, which is usually the home button, there is a Dogecoin symbol. You may think, well, why is that? Well, you know that Elon Musk has had a weird relationship with that particular cryptocurrency, Dogecoin. In fact, about a year and a half ago, he was sued for $258 billion, accusing him of conducting a pyramid scheme to prop up the price of Doge via cryptic tweets. So this is not a tweet, but it would be interesting to see if the manipulation of the Twitter platform to feature the Doge symbol and how that impacts its price will be viewed. For example, Dogecoin went up as high as 30% today, and I have to check it.
Yeah, that's just 7 to 9 cents.
Well, but
Because I just checked, because they said, oh, it's spiked. Because remember I told you I
are you still able to?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Because eventually it's going to make me a fortune.
But I tweeted out, don't be angry.
I know. But I'm not saying buy it. You bought it already, but yeah, it's 9.7 cents right now.
It would be an interesting thought experiment in terms of what could be done on Twitter, which is not explicit in nature, which may impact that cryptocurrency. And if it does impact it, be it going up or going down, is that some sort of an illegal manipulation? Remember, Dogecoin is not regulated. Cryptocurrency is not regulated. So it's a function of less so about whether it is legal and more so whether someone will try to sue you because of their investment may have tanked or gone in the wrong direction. But that's what I worry about. And it's a wild, wild west out there with cryptocurrency. And that's why
no one's really going to say anything. If Dogecoin should go up tremendously, do you think anyone's going to complain? Probably not. Probably not. But there's a question to be answered as to whether this is kosher or not. Whether someone should be allowed to use their own social media platform to impact a cryptocurrency he likely has invested in. I don't know, and I don't know to what degree, but I'm quite sure there might be a question of conflict of interest or manipulation of markets that someone will call into question. That's the first story regarding Twitter. Something else regarding Twitter, on April 1st, and maybe it was an April Fool's joke of some sort, Elon Musk said that was going to be the day that he was going to start rolling back what was called a legacy check. Legacy check marks for those people who might have a legacy check mark. And it means that's your legacy check under the old regime. And you're not necessarily a Twitter Blue subscriber, which can run anywhere from $7 to $11. And Elon Musk said, okay, we'll get rid of the old system. If you had a check mark on the old system, you're not going to be able to keep it. You have to purchase your own check mark by Twitter Blue, a corporation. You have to spend $1,000 a month for Twitter Blue. It didn't really delineate whether the people who work for the corporation, like iHeartMedia is a corporation, AFI is a subsidiary, you have to host under that, whether we would all individually have to pay, or with the corporate fee of $1,000 a month the amount. But the question was, one of many, where the legacy check marks start disappearing immediately on April 1st? Yes and no. Mine didn't, and I don't know of anyone that I know where the legacy check mark has disappeared. But since the New York Times put it out explicitly that they would be not paying for any legacy check marks, Elon Musk said, okay, that's fine, I got you. He stripped their check mark. It seems to make an example of it. So if you look at the New York Times, there is no legacy check mark by the New York Times. New York Times has said, we don't care, whatever. People know how to find this. It's one of the most followed news outlets on Twitter. But now, to your point, as you were breaking down for us last week, how do you know it's actually New York Times? It's got no blue check mark. Well, it makes it very, very easy for someone to start an account saying the New York Times, yes, with a legacy, with a Twitter Blue check mark. Yes, very easy. You can copy the New York Times logo, and you can do whatever you want. There's Twitter. There's no regulation there. That's right. Next thing you know, I'm thinking that this website is New York Times. Correct. Right. Now, originally, Elon Musk said if it's going to be a parody account, you have to delineate that in what they call the handle or your slug, what you call yourself. Like my handle is at Mr. Mokelly, M-O-K-E-L-L-Y. My slug is Mr. Mokelly. What it just says, like the name on the profile. It's going to be real easy to do, and it's going to happen. I haven't checked. I assume that it has already happened, but this is the problem of what check marks used to mean, and people thought they meant that person was verified in terms of identity. It will no longer mean that. It will only mean that you're verified as in your subscription money has been received. I thought Twitter was the land of free speech and is now wide open. Why would you then go and make your first act to attack venerable news organization like the New York Times? Well, I guess it's about ego. I mean, I think that the original purchase of Twitter for $44 billion was about ego, not a sound financial business decision, if only because I think all of us could agree it wasn't worth $44 billion then, and Elon Musk said last week it's worth $20 billion now. So that kind of validates the point. It wasn't worth the money that he bought it for. So it put him on this hamster wheel where everything he did had to be about cutting costs and generating revenue, saying nothing of the advertising revenue that he lost. And so what happens is the user experience goes out the window, but that's secondary. The primary goal is raising money. So he's trying to acquire as much money from people as possible. It doesn't seem like that's working. It doesn't seem like that's generating more unique users and interactions on the platform. And here's my concern. If I were Elon Musk, and I'm not, but if I were Elon Musk, I'd be concerned, am I giving people more reasons to leave Twitter than to stay? If I'm a quote-unquote celebrity or notable person, that was the cachet of Twitter. You could find all these quote-unquote famous people or legitimate outlets, and you could contact them directly. If I want to get a tweet to LeBron them or loathe them, or even a Donald Trump back in the day, you could reach out to that person directly. And a lot of the people who were verified, they were actual personal users. It wasn't an assistant. It wasn't an intern. You would get to talk to that person directly. Sometimes they would respond. Sometimes they would see your tweet. Sometimes they wouldn't. But there was nothing else on the face of the earth. Not Facebook, not Gab, not Getter, not True Social. None of those which afforded that type of legitimacy in the social media space. I think you're giving people more reasons to leave. If this is what you like, it's fine. Pay your $8. But it's not going to have the same cash check. It's later with Mo Kelly, KFI ANC, 41 Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Again, send us your KFI roll calls. Let us know where you're listening, how you're listening, what's on your mind. Just tweet me at Mr. Mo Kelly, MOKELLY. Now let's go to the KFI 24-hour newsroom in Amy James.
A high wind warning is up for the Antelope and Santa Clarita Valley. The PHP is on the shoe tells KPLA. Winds in the Antelope Valley are normally 35 to 40 miles per hour, but could top 70 miles per hour today. She's telling drivers on the freeway to slow down and give drivers space to avoid crashes, especially around come-up.
You don't want to drive side by side with those vehicles, especially if you come across an overcrossing. It can create that tunnel effect, and it could be highly dust.
Show says temperatures will drop later tonight and into tomorrow morning, which could create a light mist, leading to black ice on the road. She says drivers should plan accordingly. The wind advisory ends at 5 a.m. The LA County Board of Supervisors has pulled the motion, which would create a program that would keep criminals out of jail.
The depopulating decarcerate proposal advanced by members of the board was declared humanitarian crisis in county jail. Self-guarding police chief Scott Fairfield said the board should have had the LA police chief at the table before pushing the motion.
It appears that they were trying to take it on their own, but no, whether or not they knew we were actually against or not, I'm not sure.
Fairfield said he only learned of the proposal on Friday when many LAPD officers were participating in a annual Vegas police race. The motion was pulled from tomorrow's meeting, which board should again constantly opposes it and wants input from law enforcement before proceeding. The fact was paid by news.
The judge has ruled construction related to a major oil project on Alaska's North Slope can move forward. The decision comes after federal judge rejected requests to halt work until challenges to the Biden administration's recent approval are resolved. The ruling means ConocoPhillips Alaska can move forward with construction work that includes mining gravel and using it to extend the road for the Greenville project. First Lady Jill Biden's flight to Michigan had to turn back to Colorado. ABC Danny Field says the pilots turned the plane around after noticing a crack in one of the windshields.
Before saying the flight did not threaten the flight, landing was just regardless. First Lady returns to Washington tonight.
The First Lady was on her way to Michigan as part of the Biden administration's Investing in America tour, plane landed safely. NASA has announced the 4 astronauts who are going to fly the Artemis 2 mission around the moon. NASA astronaut Victor Glover is one of them.
Whether it's myself or one of my good friends, whatever aspect of that mission I get to be a part of, I'm just happy that we are doing it. I get to be a part of it no matter where I'm sitting.
Glover is the native of Pomona. The others are Reed Wiseman, Jeremy Mason, and Christina Cox. The Artemis flyby is planned for November of 2024. NASA says they're going to the south pole of the moon. Once they find their position, someday launching from the moon, going deeper into space. Southline weather from KFI, clear, windy tonight with just 35 to 55 miles per hour in coastal areas and valleys, up to 50 to 70 miles per hour for the Antelope and Santa Clarita Valley. Sunny tomorrow, highs in the 50s to mid-60s, 60s to about 70 for Wednesday, mid-70s Thursday through Saturday, the next high around 80 expected for Sunday. It's 58 in Fountain Valley, 57 Huntington Beach, Shell in Mid-City on the Canyon.
Go ahead, Vermont Avenue is still stuck in the middle lane, so it's causing some stop-and-go traffic from Crenshaw. Hollywood 101 southbound traffic backs up at Santa Monica Boulevard. It'll ease up for you as you approach the 10. And in the home pass from the 15 northbound, you'll see brake lights as you approach Kenwood. That'll be a slow crawl as you head uphill, clearing up once you get to the 138. Purifying the sky helps keep you there faster on Pedro Moreno. The last few years have been tough for a lot of us, and at times you may have even felt stuck. But now it's time to take control of your future, and you can start with the California Community College. Financial aid is available year-round to help with tuition, books, supplies, and sometimes even rent. Go after that career you can't stop thinking about. Start at your local college and turn it into a guaranteed safe spot at a four-year university. The possibilities are endless. It's the first step. Enroll today at one of our 116 colleges. Visit ICanGoToCollege.com.
Hey, wanna go car shopping with me this weekend? Again? Why is it taking me so long to buy a car? I'm trying. Cars are hard to find. I look everywhere. Everywhere? Have you checked Roto.com? Roto.com? Yes. Roto has exactly what you want. Available cars. And at great prices. Okay, I'll check. And oh my Roto, that's a lot of cars. The wait is over. Find new and pre-owned cars available right now by downloading the Roto app or check out Roto.com.
If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that have PPTs and nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in the settlement payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a six-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. Are you feeling the stress of a car accident? Let Jacoby and Myers take the wheel and steer you towards the compensation you deserve. 93% of crash victims who use a lawyer said they do it again. And with Jacoby and Myers, you'll get the best of both worlds. Our legal expertise and hassle-free experience. Don't just take our word for it. See for yourself what over 50 years of experience can do for you. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972. I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navaj Nasal Care, and I love Navaj. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. The Navaj's powered sensor will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navaj will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navaj? Like Haley, quote, Navaj is the best thing I've bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navaj and it's amazing. For this one, I use Navaj every night. Could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navaj, I was a clogged mess. Now I breathe so much better. Unquote. Those are true of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navaj. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navaj is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and on out. Navaj, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. This is Jacob M.I. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. For official rules and more information about context of this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. KFI AM640, stimulating talk. McDonald's, not a great news for it. McDonald's is alerting staff on a corporate level that is closing offices and telling employees to work from home ahead of layoffs, which would be announced this week, and this is according to a Wall Street Journal report. Quote, during the week of April 3rd, we will communicate key decisions related to roles and staffing levels across the organization. We want to ensure the comfort and confidentiality of our people during the notification period. This is from an email to employees. We will evaluate roles and staffing levels in parts of the organization, and there will be difficult discussions and decisions ahead. Certain initiatives will be deprioritized or stopped altogether. This will help us move faster as an organization while reducing our global costs and freeing up resources to invest in our growth. And if you want to be quote, if you're one of the people who get fired, you don't care about what happens to the jobs like that. You don't care if they somehow invest in their own growth. You're worried about your life. You're worried about your family. You're worried about your next paycheck. McDonald's has 150,000 employees and its company-owned locations and offices globally, with 70% of those positions outside of the U.S. Again, according to the Wall Street Journal, McDonald's declined to comment on this story, so we're going off the Wall Street Journal's report. I don't know what to make of it because I don't know what to make of McDonald's internal struggle. I don't know if this is like an overexpansion during the pandemic or if they try to bring back people too fast after the pandemic, because I don't think of fast food as being as much in a vibe as entertainment is right about now.
I'm also curious about, they're saying that they want people to work from home while they send out the notices and stuff. So it's not the store employees.
Right. This is corporate.
But I'm wondering, again, as we talk about everybody wanting higher minimum wages and how McDonald's is going to go to more automated. So how is it going to trickle down to the stores too, where they're going to have fewer people serving you more? Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. They're not going to tell us, but I'm sure they already know. As part of their 5-year plan, whatever that is, as far as how they're going to consolidate and have fewer employees, it's only because we all know that paying someone $15 an hour, this is not saying about $15 an hour, but if you don't have to pay someone $15 an hour, you don't have to pay the payroll taxes, and you don't have to pay the benefits, well, that is an attractive offer. Now, of course, there's a cost, a fixed cost, and some variable cost to automation, but for the most part, it's going to be less than retaining all of these employees. Now, I'm not going to blame it per se on the fight for $15 an hour. I can say that automation is an inevitability on some levels, but at the same time, I think every business is looking for automation, AI, some way to be able to get more business done more efficiently, more cost effectively, and I think this is going to be the case for most businesses, irrespective of industry. But it is odd to me that it's McDonald's, given that they are the global leader. But California specifically, they were first trying to initiate $22 an hour minimum wage issue. McDonald's CEO, it's unpronounceable. He's trying to say that the minimum wage increase is going to hurt franchisee owners and ultimately hurt McDonald's bottom line, which will result in what we're talking about right now. Talking about this growth plan, McDonald's says that it has been implementing a growth plan since the start of the pandemic. So this has been in motion for the better part of 3 to 4 years at this point. McDonald's reported a 10.9% sales growth globally in locations open at least 13 months as of 2022. And the company is still planning to open 1,900 new restaurants around the world in 2023, which goes to Amy's point. Well, if you're going to be opening more restaurants and you're trying to decrease your corporate staff, one or two things have to be happening. You're also going to decrease your in-store location staff, which would seem counterintuitive since you're going to have more locations, or you're going to have more automation, you're going to have more kiosks, you're going to have those smaller McDonald's where, and I've seen them where you basically just go in and touch the menu, and something or somebody's making a dent in the back, but you don't need, it's not fully staffed. Now, the one that I go to nearest to school, you go in and you type in your order, and then you go home and you print out your ticket, and you take your ticket, and you just put it on the counter, and they bring your food to that ticket. There's just a few people there. It's mainly the cook. There's one person there that will work the counter if need be, but it's totally obvious. Is there any feeding in there? There's plenty of kids. When you go in there, there's lots of kids from the local school who go in there, there's some of them but on that, now, the one I usually go to, if I go at all, is in Culver City on Sepulveda. And you have the whole, it's one of the big things with the play area and all that stuff, and it's fine, a lot of students, a lot of school kids come through. But there's only maybe 3 or 4 people working there at any given time. Because most of the kiosks, they only have one register open. One.
And that same person is going to get your food for you and hand it to you. It doesn't seem efficient, but there are not a lot of people working in that town. And I would be surprised if they continue to have those big locations and those restaurants seating, because it doesn't make sense. It would make more sense to just have more room for takeout as opposed to a play area. Yes. Yeah. Well, I'm not asking them to go in there to play like they used to anymore. McDonald's isn't that type of thing now. But it's minimum wage at McDonald's. The minimum wage leader, and not just the fast food right, but they're the minimum wage leaders. If they're saying that the increased cost across the country, every state is trying to increase minimum wage. If that's hurting their bottom line to the point where they're letting go of their executives, and saying, hey, everyone just go home. Most of them, you're going to get an email letting you know you're supposed to come back. They don't want you embarrassed here in the office. Basically, roll call. Sandra Hernandez at Sandra_26 says, hey, Mr. Mo Kelly, listening on the iHeartRadio app. Jones. At Mr. Mo Kelly, hi Mo, listening in Lake Matthews near Riverside on a transistor radio. So, Craig, we got to get something better than a transistor radio. We have an app, it's the iHeartRadio app. It probably sounds even better. That KOFTHD2. We can listen in high definition. How to get off that transistor radio. And Christopher, I don't know how to pronounce your last name. You were a long-time listener and a faithful listener. I think it's Skowron, Skowron. Get me and tell me the pronunciation. Well, Christopher says, at Mr. Mo Kelly, Miami is in the house listening to Mr. Cool Cat on iHeartRadio at Mr. Mo Kelly. Whoa, Mr. Cool Cat. Hey, I'll take it. And this comes from Tubbs Crampton Willis at J. Crampton Willis at Mr. Mo Kelly, listening at Lancers Travel Plaza. I think that's in Virginia. I think it's Dublin, Virginia. Next one at H_X, HEXXE at Mr. Mo Kelly and Tuala, LA expat, left in the great exodus of 2018, living in the DC area, listening on iHeartRadio at KFI AM 640 is my station, and I listen every single day. And last one, Andy at South Valley at Mr. Mo Kelly, aloha from Hawaii. Listen every afternoon with the iHeartRadio app, and that makes sense because it's evening here, but it's the afternoon in Hawaii. Your horoscope coming up next. It's later with Mo Kelly, KFI AM 640, but live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now let's go to 18, the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Former President Trump's legal team says it doesn't want cameras in the courtroom where Trump will be facing charges related to a hush money deal to an adult film star. Several news organizations and state lawmakers have asked the judge in the case to make an exception to a New York law that prohibits cameras in state courtrooms. No Tapatine says prosecutors want to make the case a spectacle. You no longer have to wear a mask to your dentist or doctor. California has ended mask requirements for indoor health care in high-risk settings effective today. It also applies to employees regardless of their vaccination status. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson says he'll reprise his role as the demigod Maui in the live-action remake of Moana. Johnson made the announcement of the new movie at the Disney 2023 annual meeting of shareholders. No word yet on who's going to star Moana. Clear and windy tonight with lows in the 40s. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the 50s to mid-60s. This report brought to you by the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. We've got a stall in Palmdale on 14.
Heading northbound, just after Angeles Forest Highway, it's stuck in the middle lane, so you guys starts to stack up as you approach Sierra Highway. Mid-city of the 10 eastbound at Vermont Avenue, a stalled car there still blocking the left lane, so it's a uphill ride from Western. And if you're on the 15 northbound in Temecula, just before Winchester, you'll see a crash that's along the right shoulder, but watch for looky-loos flowing as you approach there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
And attention, I-10 freeway drivers. Freeway and ramp closures are coming up for the I-10 Express Lanes project. Don't get stuck. For dates and detours, visit GoSCCTA.com. That's GoSCCTA.com for more information on the I-10 Express Lanes project.
This report is sponsored by GetRefunds.com. I'm Howard Mackler, founder of Innovation Refunds. If you own a business and still haven't applied for the payroll tax refund, we want to pay a licensed tax attorney to see if you're eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com, GetRefunds.com.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of cheap travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Quality, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right. Yeah, where you take this tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Cracked driveway, an overgrown and unusable patio, let System Pavers destroy it for you. System Pavers will demolish, dig up, and haul away your dated, neglected outdoor surfaces for free. And will replace them with the outdoor space of your dreams. Pneumatic driveways, built-in fire pits, stunning outdoor kitchens, stair-worthy patios, and more. Get started today by calling System Pavers at 1-800-PAVE-004 or get inspired at SystemPavers.com. All orders must be placed by April 30th. See website for details. Contract devices 661-575.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way.
No more forwards, thank you.
For listening. That actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of cheap travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Quality, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right. Yeah, where you take this tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. It makes no sense at all. They obviously have a price.
Whoa, you've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
Mike Diamond, the snow good plumber.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99.
But you haven't seen it.
Don't need to. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer stopping. The snow good plumbers at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99.
Almost.
Yeah, there are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website before you call. Just go to thesnowgoodplumber.com.
Wow, you like anything.
No brothers here, ma'am. Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unclog drains for $99. Call us. 1-800-446-MIKE. Contact your license number 39917. Want to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art for more? Here's someone who will tell you why you should call Tangible Investments.
Hi, my name is Allie Eastburn, and I'm the founder of With This Ring.
With This Ring is Allie's charity.
About 11 years ago, I realized that the ring on my finger could literally save an entire world.
So who buys Allie's donated ring?
Tangible Investments. Our ring donors send our rings directly to Tangible Investments, and they give us more money for those rings than anyone else ever has.
With Jill's help, Allie is changing the world.
It helps us do what we do best, which is drilling clean water wells in Liberia, Africa.
Tangible Investments owner Sylvie Genova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Still guarantees you'll get more.
Thanks so much, Bill and Tangible Investments, for all you've done for us.
Call now for a no-obligation, free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. All the radio stations you love, every playlist to match your mood, the podcast that everyone's talking about. If it's on the iHeartRadio app, it's free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. iHeartRadio. No one has the same taste as you. From the music you love to the podcast, you can't live without. And only the iHeartRadio app has it all for free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Sure, there were times I was mad and ragey because you're a kid. Right. Hormones, all that. Totally. The use of a weapon like that never crossed my mind. There's a different attitude towards that
all the
now.
time. You have just like
Right. Experience that, and you as a parent have
survive.
to see that. Why did you have to be able to witness that? Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and it's time for your horoscope. What kind of chip, like potato chip, are you based on your zodiac sign?
Yosh, are you done?
Your pita chips. Aries is the firstborn. Purpose is progress sign of the zodiac. And there's a high likelihood the first bread ever made by the hands of early man looked something like the blistered, pillowy, begging for hummus pita bread we know today. Add to this that Aries is a cardinal fire sign, and that could stand to mellow out by smoking up, and pita chips are flame chips and twice baked. Okay, I can do that. That's all you
Is a
can do.
pita chip even really a chip? I mean, come on.
It's chippy, it's crunchy.
Or crackers.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Taurus, sour cream and onion chips. Taurus is a potato, the versatile, dependable, dense, long-lasting root vegetable of the zodiac. These folks have a reputation for being lazy, but in reality, we're only and ever looking for the paved path to pleasure. Why burden yourself with dip that needs refrigerating when you can enjoy the fat and happy flavor profiles of sour cream and onion in a single dry, gloriously gluttonous bite? You say lazy, I say streamline. Gemini, Pringles. Pringles were invented by a Gemini chemist named Frederick
Just
J.
I'll
Bauer,
jump in there
who
and
was
be like,
intent on creating the perfect
oh,
chip
dude, I found
and
it.
patented a
And I'd be
saddle-shaped
like,
and
oh my god,
cylindrical
he's in my life.
can
And then we
to
just won't
prevent
talk about it.
breakage.
And
Gemini rules over the third house of communication and branding, and Pringles has changed their description to taxation, going from potato chips to potato crisp, and including flavors as far flung as prawn and blueberry. Geminis have a curious sense of humor, and when Bauer died in 2008, his cremated remains were interred in none other than a Pringles can. Really? Really? Pringles are gross. They put his ashes in a Pringles can? Cancer. Funyuns are yours. Funyuns were invented by cancer food technologist George Wade Bigner. Cancers are resistant to change and nostalgic about the past, true to form. The Funyun recipe has remained unchanged since its inception in 1969. Maybe that's when I was born. Despite, or perhaps because of their reputation for heightened sensitivity, cancers are the class clown, uncontested comedians of the zodiac, ever looking for the laughter of others to fill the gaping Funyun-sized hole inside of them. Leo, yours is sun chips. What? Leos are ruled by the sun, and their season encompasses the deep heat of summer. In time, sun chips taste like a farmer's market art. What? What is that? What's that on? Leos are warm and well-intentioned, with shaky follow-through, and sun chips tried like hell to brand themselves as green, air quotes, but have since rolled back their compostable bag initiative. True story. Yeah. Virgo, Cool Ranch Doritos. Virgos are efficient, and this chip tastes like it's already been baptized by Dick and chemical gold dust. Add to it that Doritos were invented by enterprising Virgo named Arch West. When West died, he had a proper corn chip send-off, with mourners sprinkling triangles of triumph over his casket, dressed in flowers. Wow. If you see, put it in a Pringles can. Doritos over your gravy? Or a Pringles can? I guess it doesn't matter, but still, it's a part of it. Libra, Lay's potato chips. Libra's refined and prefers to keep the peace and maintain the status quo, lest anyone be upset or lose their appetite. Enter the classic Lay's potato chip, a satisfactory, if not inspired chip, choice that meets the needs and baselines of most. Libras love high-end-ish and camp/kitsch aesthetic, especially when someone else is paying the tab, making these $1,800 chip-inspired handbags absolutely apt. Scorpio, let's go. Jazz, cool flavor potato chips.
What?
Kitty, yeah. Another name for El Nana flavor potato chips. I didn't know there was such a thing. Yes. In terms of the physical body, Scorpio rules the genitalia, and this bag of potato chips from Lithuanian brand Chaz promises to deliver a very specific flavor profile. Scorpios are fearless in pursuit of intimacy and deep devotion to carnality, making these crisps and their unrepentant smut their kind of bag. Yeah. Sagittarius, that's me. Cheeto.
Oh, how can you get Cheetos?
I don't want Cheetos. That's free.
Okay.
Chester Cheetah reminds me in many ways of a prototypical Sagittarius dude. No pants, sunglasses at all hours, likely denizen of a pool hall, oozing, do you want to take a ride on my motorcycle charm, built for speed and experiences, devil may care, and stained hands who damn, shields are the chip of choice for archers. That's you. No, that's not me. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't hell no. Well, maybe that's the Capricorn. Cape salt, and vinegar chips. When I picture the Capricorn archetype, it sometimes takes the shape of Captain Ahab, complete with whalebone prosthetic gritted teeth and ruthless determination. I feel like that dude would only and ever eat kettle cooked salt and vinegar chips because they crack, never crumble, and taste of the dark, pungent heart and malevolent teeth.
Oh, like you love a good song.
Oh, they're good, yeah. Aquarius, kale chips.
What?
Exactly.
This is real.
You don't want to give this to you.
No.
Kidder. It's later with most Kelsey King. My hands at 40. We're gonna go beyond the box score when we come back. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio.
More informing, more engaging, more stimulating. KSI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Not unlocking the doors just yet. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LA Board of Supervisors has halted a motion to reduce the population in county jail. The proposal had been added to tomorrow's agenda for consideration, but was removed because of some concern. Bill Garden Police Chief Scott Fairfield says the board kept the LA Police Chiefs Association in the dark by not discussing the proposal. County officials are just hurting the public.
We have to stop doing things backwards, right? We have to start putting plans in action before we have the tools in place to deal with what potentially could come.
Fairfield said the board has not considered how releasing offenders could hurt people in vulnerable communities. The proposal would create programs that would allow some convicted of felonies to be released. Board Chair Janet Kahn says she opposes the motion and needs more time to consult with law enforcement before moving forward. Hospital workers in LA are asking the public health to identify a woman who's been in the hospital for more than 2 weeks. Officials say the woman is believed to be between 55 and 60 years old. She showed up at a medical center in LA last month after being found unresponsive on a sidewalk. The hospital says the black woman has shoulder-length brown hair, brown eyes, and weighs about 242 pounds. News brought to you by Rooter's Heroes. Some restaurant owners in Lake Arrowhead say there's a dine and dash couple on the loose.
Chef Sam Perry is with Stone Creek Bistro and says the couple had a scam all worked out.
Girlfriend was in the restaurant and we asked for another glass of wine and a creme brulee. They were going to go outside and have a cigarette and come back in. And then we all kind of collectively wondered where table 29 was.
Perry says the couple bailed on Friday night. The tab was around $160. He says it's bad enough the restaurant suffered through COVID and the recent snowstorms. The next day, employees at Papadio's down the road say they were hit by the same couple. The bartender says the man bragged about being in the restaurant business and pulled the same trick. After some drinks and appetizers, the couple bailed. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
You can see video of the couple on our Instagram at KFI AM 640. 5 children in Mexico have been rescued, and their parents, who've been on the U.S. Marshals Most Wanted list for almost 2 years, have been arrested. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children said Friday the couple's been charged with murder and multiple counts of child sex abuse. The Marshals Service said in 2020, 2 of the couple's daughters were found abandoned in Tijuana with severe signs of physical and sexual abuse. Investigators say the pair have been abusing and trafficking their own children. Prosecutors who say a graduate student who stabbed 4 college students to death in Idaho could face a potential problem with a key piece of evidence. ABC Derek Dennis says investigators had previously reported they could not find DNA on the night shoe that was found in his body.
According to News Nation, Koberger's DNA was found on the night shoe after police sent it out of state for testing because labs in Idaho did not have certain technology.
Legal experts say it could work in the defense's favor because prosecutors now have to explain why the first lab drew a different conclusion. Brian Koberger was arrested in December for allegedly killing the 4 University of Idaho students in a home off campus last year. 2 people have been killed and a girl has been hurt when a hot air balloon caught fire in Mexico City. Officials say 3 people were on a balloon ride when it caught fire Saturday. A video posted to social media shows people jumping or falling from the burning basket. Officials say the girl has burns and a broken arm. The accident happened just north of Mexico City in an area known for its balloon ride. A probation officer in Orange County has traveled around the country disguised as superheroes to deliver joy to sick kids. Yuri Williams has visited children's hospitals in OC and LA, dressed as Spider-Man, Deadpool, and The Mandalorian, and donated toys to hospitals in Long Beach. He's been doing the so-called Kindness Project for 4 years, and he hit all 50 states in just 20 days over the holidays, using his vacation time from work to visit the kids. It's important to give back because karma will return. Southern weather from KFI, wind advisory for the coastal areas and valleys, high wind warnings for the Emerald and Santa Clarita Valley to wind gusts 50 to 75 miles an hour expected until 5 tomorrow morning. Clear skies tonight, lows in the 40s. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the upper 50s to mid 60s, warming to around 70 for Wednesday, low to mid 70s toward the end of the week, and by Sunday, we'll top out around 80. It's 57 in Orange, 55 Manhattan Beach, 57 in Cerritos, 39 in Palmdale. Oh, got another one. There's a pothole in Fillmore on the 210.
Now heading westbound, that's going to be up to 5. It looks like Outpass crews have actually filled that pothole in now, and traffic has recovered there. The 101 southbound in Hollywood, slowing you down right around Vermont Avenue. That stays slow until you get to the 110. And a car fire on the 405 heading southbound in Irvine. That's once you get to Sand Canyon, it's along the right shoulder, but it's causing some spectator traffic that has traffic backed up to about Jeffrey. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster on Pedro Moreno. Hey, all the team sharp. For emergency backup power, there's only one name you need to know: Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for power business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator, an emergency rental, or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance service, Duffy Power has you covered. Go to DuffyPower.com, DuffyPower.com. That's DuffyPower.com.
Imagine it's the last ride, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are taking you for a ride. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way, or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about treating it with Linaclotide. Linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a life fix. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movement and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms. Belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Intermediate helps you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine what could relieve from IBS-C for you. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at Linzess.com or call 1-800-LINCESS.
If you get hurt in an accident, choose the law firm with the experience to win. Choose Jacoby & Myers. More stimulating talk. Because of the HIV virus that I have obtained, I will have to retire from the Lakers today.
IOC, the International Olympic Committee, approved a recommendation from its own athletes commission to ban taking a knee at the Tokyo Games.
Beyond the box score with Jackie Ray.
They filled stadiums, they broken viewing records, were still paid less than on their marathons.
Beyond the box score with Jackie Ray.
West Force is the song to meet.
KFI AM 640 is later with Most Kelly. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Some breaking news is being reported that no camera, no video will be allowed in the court tomorrow during former President Trump's arraignment. So there will be no video, and I'm not sure about audio at this point. But we do know that there will not be any video of the proceedings, and we will go from there. Let's talk some sports with Jackie Ray, Long Beach Post reporter and also WNBA correspondent. I was thinking of you, Jackie, as I was watching this women's 52A Final Four. I thought it was fantastic as far as just the storyline, the theater of all, the play. She's now a household name in Iowa guard. Some called her a generational player, possibly, at least on the collegiate level. She has at least 1 year of eligibility. We're going to see her next year in Iowa. But she's also a huge trash talker. If you know the game, and you know one of the big storylines coming out of the championship yesterday, in which LSU prevailed 102-85 over Iowa, was that Angel Reese did the John Cena sign, "You can't see me,"
Right.
basically in Caitlin Clark's face, followed her for a degree on the court and showed a ring finger like you champions.
That's
Showed
right.
a ring finger.
That's right. That's what you do.
Some people took that as unsportswomanlike, and I said, well, if that was unsportswomanlike, then you should know, if you actually know the game, that Caitlin Clark has been doing that all season. She did it to both the South Carolina bench, and also the Louisville bench. There was a Louisville player that she told, you're down 15, shut up. Okay, you know this. Okay. Is this a story or is this not a story?
It's a story based on your complexion. Because at the end of the day, for me, this was a very difficult game for me to watch. I actually, this is one of these reasons why I think sometimes players become hated. Because now, for me, I have to remind myself, okay, this is a kid. This is just, Caitlin's just a girl. Because now I'm like, man, I don't care nothing about Caitlin. As soon as she comes to the W, whatever team she on, I'm rooting against. And it's not because of her, but it's because of the willful ignorance that has come because of her.
Are you saying and suggesting that it's okay when she trash talks?
Oh, it absolutely is okay when she trash talks. And they've proven it. Because if you remember, the very first time she did that John Cena thing to the Louisville bench, when she refused to guard the three-point line against South Carolina, she weighed about 2. But let me be clear about that. That might have been her way of getting out of jail for the fact that she has no defensive game. So before I called her generational talent, she needed to give up in that area. So that's why I'm not calling her generational talent. So that was a cute wave off of the fact that she has no skills on defense. But it works because one of the reasons why you do stuff like that is to basically get into the mind of your opponent. And on that specific play, that was a wide open three-point shot. She didn't take it, she passed it off. So what Caitlin did in that moment worked. Because sometimes people forget, and I don't want to say people forget, people who have never competed at a high level
That's right.
Forget that the game isn't just physical, it's also mental. So I wasn't mad at Caitlin when she did that. I wasn't mad at the John Cena when she did that. When I got mad was
the interpretation and reaction of folks who said that it was inappropriate for Angel Reese to do it.
Exactly. And there's a reason why they got mad. Because here's the other thing. I'm gonna backtrack. I'm gonna go a little bit deeper down this rabbit hole. I, in my heart of hearts, was I do believe that South Carolina was the better team than Iowa. I'm gonna just say that flat out. Despite what we saw
in the contest, South Carolina was undefeated coming into
Correct. They have the GOAT and Don Staley that was coaching them, but I was very concerned about them going into that game because if you've been following South Carolina all year, if you've been following the conversations with Don Staley all year, you knew she was going into that battle not fighting a basketball battle, she was fighting a social and racial battle because all year she's been having to defend her players. All year, because of their size, her players have been called, basically thugs, bullies.
No, they were not basically, they were called.
They were called thugs, they were called bullies, basically said that they play kind of like monkeys. So all these basically racist comments you have to defend as you're going up against the whitest team that I've ever seen in my life. So it's a mental, again, the game isn't just physical, it's also mental. And I think Don Staley was just racially exhausted by the time that she got into that game because I've watched this woman coach. She is the GOAT to me. She didn't go to me, period. But I watched her coach. I know how good she is. She didn't coach that game. She didn't make any adjustments. And all she kept saying is, see, I knew she was going to do this. I knew she was going to do this because she was mentally tired. And that's what I was afraid of. And that rolled downhill into her players. I've watched them several times. I've watched them. They actually run pretty good plays. I didn't see them run plays properly. It was a downhill stream for her, and she fought the social, racial game instead of actually playing the game. And had she been successful, as good as the game was between LSU and Iowa, the game between LSU and South Carolina would have been bonkers.
Here's my thing. I was more bothered, air quotes, by folks who clearly didn't watch the game in question, complaining about the 3 black refs, and not knowing that Iowa was basically never in that game. They were down by 17 and a half. Right. They were down by 23 in the second half. They made a run, but they never got within like 7, 8 points. They were pretty much never in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And to talk about the poor sportswomanship of Angel Reese, while ignoring, if you actually watch the games, there's not a bigger trash talker in college women's sports
Than Caitlin. Yeah, she is. She, if there was an award for that,
They actually did an ESPN special on her trash talking 2 days before.
right? If there, and that's the thing. But this is about that. I literally had to have a conversation with somebody who literally says to me, "Well, yeah, the angel followed around Caitlin." Okay,
But Caitlin followed around the Louisville player.
exactly. And that's what I'm saying. But when you're of a certain view, and at the end of the day, as a black woman, I can tell you, like, once a black woman sits in her blackness and she's going to unapologetically give it back the way you've given it, it's a problem. And I tell people all the time, part of the reason that it's a problem, now look, bear with me, just about to tell you, Accurate TV. The problem for me on this one dates back to integration. Because I think at that point we said to ourselves that we are not enough. So we begged to be into a society that didn't want us there, and we've been saying to each other, hey, you know what, just play nice, you know, that whole, them dogs, that's okay, we're trying to get, and so now we set the precedent that when you bark at us, we're going to bow down to you. And we're going to keep trying to get seats at that table. Remember what we talked about?
It was Dr. King who said, I wonder if we are integrating into a burning
Bernie said yes, but he said it too late. And by the time he had said it, we had already pushed so hard to get into it now. Like my boyfriend said, you want the toothpaste out of the tube, you can't put it back in. So now we're here. And so now we have a society of people who say, how dare you speak to me? And if you don't believe me, look at our justice system. Our justice system doesn't even give the same sentences to black people who commit the exact same crime with the exact same record. We are sentenced 5 times harsher. This isn't just a basketball thing. This has been happening.
It's a perception of social value of people.
Exactly.
Oh, that's up there because we got to go to a break. But when we come back, I do want to talk about the flip side of that, and it might be related. The outstanding viewership of the Final Four. Now I know a portion of that is connected to Caitlin Clark and the Iowa team. I know a portion, but I also know that it can't be all of that. It has to be well, and also maybe we can get into Anthony Rendon and how he wants to go after a fan in the stands on the other side of the with Jeffrey Ray. It's later with Mo Kelly. KFI 8645 everywhere in the iHeartRadio app now to NBC and the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The judge overseeing President Trump's expected arraignment tomorrow says no cameras allowed, no video cameras. The judge made the announcement tonight while acknowledging the unparalleled public interest in the case. A handful of cool still photographers will be allowed to snap photos for several minutes before the arraignment begins. A high wind warning is up for the Antelope and Santa Clarita Valleys until 5 a.m. tomorrow. The National Weather Service has forecast 35 to 55 miles per hour respectively. NASA has announced the 4 astronauts will be headed into space to do a lunar flyby. Christina Koch, Jeremy Hansen, Victor Glover, and Reed Wiseman will fly around the moon and back to Earth on the Artemis 2 mission. Glover is a native of Pomona. The mission is scheduled to launch in November of 2024. As I mentioned, gusty winds tonight with wind advisories in the morning through 5 a.m. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the 50s to mid-60s. Got a car fire in Irvine on the 405.
City southbound before Span Canyon at the along the right shoulder. Fire crews are on scene and they're partially blocking the right lane, so it's causing some delays from about Jeffrey Road. Hollywood 101 southbound slowing right around Melrose Avenue. That'll stay busy for you until you get to the 110. And as you travel on the 110 heading northbound through downtown LA, patchy slowing as you come across 8th Street, and that starts to ease up for you as you approach the 101. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno. Field of Greens. Now, most supplements out there use the extract of fruits and vegetables. You gotta watch out because that's junk science. Field of Greens is different. Real different because it uses the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not some watered down extract. That's why I use it daily. 1 scoop with a beverage of my choice. Right now I put it in 0-calorie lemonade. Don't want the extra calories of lemonade. But each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like my heart, my lungs, my kidneys. Others support my immune system, help with blood pressure, my metabolism, so much more. And best of all, Field of Greens is backed by its better health promise. If your doctor doesn't tell you, wow, your numbers have improved so much at your next checkup, well, you can return it all for a full refund. Can't beat that guarantee. So let me get you started with 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com. All you need to do is use the promo code KFI. That's KFI promo code at fieldofgreens.com.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice: continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org. Hello, Miranda. National Blue Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday and Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday too. Now I'll give top reasons to visit Romania.
It's that Tuesday. You're free of blue chocolate bunny. They will not.
Number 2,
The legendary Wayne Mickey Live Fish Finance.
and the number 1 reason.
You can flip sunglasses and a chance to upgrade to Ray-Ban. Then you'll earn 500 points on your rewards card. The 10th or 11th.
Miranda, good time. It's the perfect time for that new dream kitchen because the kitchen store is having a big fall sale. Find the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of SoCal and the big fall sale by dialing 310 Kitchen, 310 Kitchen, and on the web at 310kitchen.com. Losing your air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a sweaty old nightmare, and no one wants that. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation. Just $429.
Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL.com. You'll keep it cool, but it's hard to spell. License number 1047-781. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need for the equity you've built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees will apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Certainly I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698. 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations.
It's early in the morning. Rover's Morning Glory. Booker Striker.
All of the once-in-a-lifetime events.
Here you go. Are you ready?
All of the first free charity payments. And also you to understand all the great podcasts for every interest.
This is Freddie Prinze Jr. from the Wrestling with Freddie podcast.
All of the mind-blowing content.
$20,000
All of your favorite superstars.
We're the Red Hot
Chili Peppers. Get them off. It doesn't cost a thing. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
The cop says, you don't want him pulling you over. And I said, yeah, because I'm driving alone in the dynamite. And he said, if you tell me the truth on why you're doing that, I won't write your ticket off.
He wants to give like a legitimate excuse on why I'm doing that.
Here's my honest answer.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
There's less stopping and starting in the diamond lane, so it's easier for me to text people while I'm driving. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
It's available remote KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. The chief news story that we're following right now, breaking news. Again, breaking news. The judge in the Trump indictment case, we can't say as to what the charges would be. That is still sealed at this moment. But the judge has ruled that no video cameras are allowed in court for the arraignment proceeding tomorrow. So I have not heard anything. Have you seen anything as far as audio recordings?
No, they're gonna have a still photographer.
Okay. All right. So that's what we'll have. And as we know more is released. There is talk of possibly unsealing the indictment tonight. I don't know if that's going to come to pass, but we will follow it in the event that it does happen and report to you straight away. But if you tune in just now, I've been joined in the studio by our regular commentator, Jackie Ray, who likes to come in and just burn down the studio.
That's fine. I do come with that.
Yes, you do. You do the Long Beach Post reporter and also WNBA correspondent. So when we talk about
sports, we talk about basketball, we talk about women's basketball specifically, that's your bailiwick. You know that up and down, left, right, backwards, and forwards. To see, and I mean this literally, to see the ratings of the championship game ratings yet, the Final Four rated higher than any NBA game on ESPN this year. That's astronomical.
It is, but it's I kind of expected that because now we have names, and this is, I really hope everyone in the powers that be were watching this because this is something that I've been pushing for a long time. But you have these names. You have Leah Boston. Leah Boston is about to be the most sought after draft pick in the next WNBA draft. You know,
and to be clear, even Clark is not eligible for this trade.
She's not. And Leah Boston's game is more complete. Like I said, Caitlin, she's got some defensive things that she has to do, but you can't sleep on her offensive prowess. So, you know, once it's time for her to go, she still has those holes in her defense. You drop her in on a really solid defensive team, she's going to level that team up. You know, Angel's been on how many times she's been All-American. So you have these names on an end. She's a whole personality. Like Aaliyah Boston is a personality. She's always got the bright colored fox braids and things of that nature. Reese has always got the long hair, the eyelashes. She's unapologetically her. You have these personalities. And when you have these personalities, we can follow you off the court as well. So we follow you on social media, and then when you have South Carolina undefeated. So what you see is you get a lot of fair weather fans, right? People who've not been watching it the whole season, but there's this whole narrative surrounding these teams that casual sports fans are like, what is all the hype about? And then you see these personalities, and you can exploit these personalities, and that's what you need. You need these big personalities that you can exploit to bring that fan base in.
And what saved the NBA? Because I think there's a parallel here. That the NBA was struggling in 1978. What saved the NBA was the NBA realized that we the NBA needed to start marketing its players, not the league. Magic Johnson was a personality. And this connects back to the NCAA tournament. It met Larry Bird in the finals and defeated Larry Bird in 1979. I wonder if there isn't some sort of synergy here. We have a Caitlin Clark, Larry Bird, to an Ava Reese, a Magic Johnson type player, or Leah Boston, and they meet in the WNBA, and you develop that rivalry through those personalities, with the way the NBA developed that rivalry.
Right, because this is something the commissioner for the W has been talking about is D-Wop, and people be like, oh, you didn't shake hands.
Yeah, I don't like
it. Why would I shake your hand? I don't even like you. You know what I mean? I'm not shaking your hand.
You out?
I was telling you your mama wear R&B. That's what my mom always said. You know, stuff like that. Like, I don't, that won't shake my hand. First of all, that doesn't happen in the pros. I know in football, they'll, hey, man, what's up? Now, nobody has loyalty. We don't play with that.
They all know
each other. But that, when we're talking about when basketball, and in my opinion, when basketball was good, when it wasn't this, I call it fast tennis now, because everybody's running shoot. No one's really being up, really playing the game.
Or trying to
rebound. Right. So when you are talking about the NBA and its heyday, you have not only those rivalries, but you had these rivalries are long standing. You know, Michael Jordan and Isaiah Thomas still have beef.
Still don't like that. Charles Barkley and Michael Jordan don't speak.
Still have beef. You know, quiet as it's kept.
Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen don't even talk. That has to be with Scottie's
son. I mean, Scottie should have picked better, but that's a whole other story for another day. But you have these beefs that, because you're a fan, you know, I'm a LeBron James fan, so I get it now. And a Heat fan, a Cavs fan, and now a Lakers fan.
How can you do that? Oh, come on.
Hey, man.
Wait.
No, hey, man. That kind of road you want to walk down, man.
It's changed because I am a Laker fan.
Right.
I am not a guy who goes from team to team. But, for example, when Shaq left the Lakers, I'm not a Miami Heat fan.
Oh, he's not likable.
If Kobe would have left when he had that chance to leave and gone to Chicago, as it was rumored to happen, I wouldn't have been a Kobe Bryant fan. I'm a Laker fan.
And I appreciate that. I'm that way with my Saints. Like, I don't care what happens with my Saints. But with basketball, you know, basketball in my house wasn't as big as football. Basketball was big for me because I played. But as far as in my house, everybody in my house that was men, they play football. So that's probably why I don't have the connection. I like to play. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Yeah. Look, I'm a Laker fan. That's what I want to see. But before we get out of here, Anthony Rendon, reaching to the stand, him and set him off.
Right.
He said he couldn't understand. Rich grabbed him. He was seated and took a swipe at him. 4-game suspension. I thought it was going to be longer.
I thought it should have been longer.
You put your hands on the fans.
Yeah.
You know, after the malice of the house, you just understood the stands are the fans' domain. The field is yours, the players. So
Right.
4 games.
I thought it was too short. The reason why I think it was too short, I don't know what this gentleman said from the stand, but I know that whatever he said,
It's rumored that he called him a beat.
oh, wah wah.
Yeah, I know. That was the magic word. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, I now I really feel like it should have been more because at the end of the day, we used to play this game in school, and this is why I think all these athletes,
The dozens.
this is all that too. But big banks take little banks.
Yeah.
Like, you make way more than this man. This is his shining moment to be able to talk stuff to you. Now this is gonna be his fish story for the rest of his life.
And his bank is going to get bigger.
Right, because now you insulted him. So yeah, and that's the thing. Did you not see? First of all, everybody got phones now.
Everybody.
So everybody's gonna see that, and then now everybody's zooming in. I saw one where it was literally slow motion. It was like, and I'm like, oh my god, like what are you thinking?
Right on one camera angle there as well.
Exactly. So I definitely think it should have been more because you need to set a precedent that hey guys, some people are crazy and fans are crazy. They're gonna say what they say, but it's just words. You're an integral part of this team, whether you are the star of the team or you're not. You still represent the team, and you need to represent the team at all times. We can't be snapping things, especially when it's just a wah-wah.
If you're going to do it, just make sure you do it in the hallway.
Right, triple.
Not in front of everybody. And the press.
Yes.
Jeff, it's always good to see you.
Thank you.
How do people reach out to you?
Well, you can follow me on all things social media at Jackie Ray TV, RAEJACKIERAETV, and I respond. So if you got time today, I got time.
She got something for you. She's waiting on you. See you next week.
See you next week.
Later with Mo Kelly. KFI Instant 40 live everywhere. Now, iHeartRadio app now to 18 at KFI 24-hour news.
Former U.S. Attorney Assistant General Nathan Hoffman says he's running for LA County DA. The announcement was made just days after Deputy DA Don Natami announced his bid to remove LA County DA George Gascon. Hoffman says Gascon has miserably failed to protect the community, endangering everyone in LA County. Hoffman is being supported by former LA DA Steve Cooley, who says Hoffman is one of the most experienced prosecutors and criminal justice attorneys. Cooley was the co-chair in Gascon's attempted recall election in 2022. In LA, Chris Adler, KFI News, a former pharmacist in Irvine, has been sentenced to 15 years in prison for her part in a health care fraud scheme. She scammed the U.S. military's health care plan out of more than $11 million. The woman filled more than 1,000 bogus prescriptions at the expense of the TRICARE health care plan. The U.S. Attorney's Office says the woman has been ordered to pay more than $11 million in restitution. The LAPD says it's looking for 2 guys who may have shot and killed 2 other men in Hollywood. Investigators say all of the men were in the same group early yesterday morning when an argument broke out. At least one of the men pulled a handgun and opened fire. The shooting happened near the intersection of La Brea and Sunset. The 2 suspected shooters ran off. Police say the person who shot and killed 6 people at a private Christian school in Nashville had to commit mass murder at the Covenant School. In journals police found in Hale's car and bedroom. The motive for the attack is still not clear. But police say Hale had been considering the actions of other mass murderers. She fired off more than 150 rounds. Automatic annual pandemic enrollment has been revoked for mostly lower-income Medicaid recipients. Officials say people must now apply every year to be reinstated or lose benefits. ABC Cheyenne Hasler says it's estimated around 15 million people will lose coverage, and many don't know it.
States were able to start combing through the rolls and removing people if they no longer qualify. It's something called a redetermination process.
As people started losing coverage Saturday. During the COVID-19 public health emergency, states were required to keep people on Medicaid without the yearly application process that's normally in place. Protests in France have not let up as people continue to fight President Emmanuel Macron's retirement age increase from 62 to 64 years old. French officials say the police protect the city so citizens can peacefully protest. Human rights activists say they've been clubbed and tear gas festivities during protests that have been going on since January. One man lost a testicle to an officer's club, and a police grenade took the thumb of a woman.
So What can I say? You're welcome for the island of
Disney and Wayne Johnson are developing a live-action remake of the 2016 animated musical Moana. Johnson plans to return to the role of Maui, the demigod of the wind and sea. Johnson, not Maui, is producing and teaming up with the original writer of the animated movie. Lin-Manuel Miranda wrote a lot of the songs, including You're Welcome, which was sung by Johnson. Johnson says this story is his culture and it's personal to him because Maui was inspired by his late grandfather. Southside weather from KFI, clear, windy tonight, gusts 35 to 55 miles per hour in coastal areas and valleys, gusting 50 to 70 miles per hour for the Amarillo and Santa Clarita valleys. Sunny tomorrow, highs in the 50s to mid-60s, 60 to about 70 on Wednesday, mid-70s Thursday through Saturday. We'll see highs around 85 Easter Sunday. It's 59 in Winter Park, 55 in Manhattan Beach. They're slowing in Hollywood on the 101.
Southbound. Once you get down Melrose Avenue, you'll start seeing traffic stack up there. Stays pretty busy up until you get to the 110. And if you're on the 110 southbound in Elysian Park, coming across the way, you'll see a bit of slowing there that'll lead up to you approaching the 101. And on the 405 heading southbound in Irvine, just before Sand Canyon, there looks like an earlier truck fire has been extinguished. It's still along the right shoulder, still causing a bit of slowing as you come across Jeffrey Road. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
If you want to sell your home, you have to know the market is changing. Drastic rise in interest rates. And that means it's important to take action now. Before you call me, call Seller's Advantage. Seller's Advantage is a great alternative to selling your home. No dealing with agents, commissions, paying for repairs, and waiting months to sell. They'll make you a competitive cash offer and can close in days. No agents, no commissions. Seller's Advantage makes the selling process easy so sellers walk away happy. Yeah, see what other sellers have to say and check out their reviews. If you're ready to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. They may even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses. Get a no-obligation offer at 888-321 as is, 888-321 as is, 888-321 as is, sellersadvantage.com. Don't worry, sell traffic with Seller's Advantage. DRE number 01961658. Expensive, overpriced, and value. What are you doing? Wait for car prices to drop. It ain't happening.
It is at roto.com.
Roto.com.
Yeah, at Roto, the week is over, and there are tons of great.
Oh, Roto. That's a great price.
Anytime, on any device, in just a few clicks. Isn't that a great price? By downloading the Roto app. Or check out roto.com. Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
Wait.
They obviously have a price.
You've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
Mike Diamond, the smell good plumber.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer stopper. The smell good plumbers at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99. There are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website, thesmellgoodplumber.com.
Contact your license number 391 or Stone. Word language is learned. Or Stone.com.
Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, KFI's on all of them. Follow us now at KFI AM 640.
We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Some headlines we're following if you just tune in. Word has come down that video cameras will not be allowed in the courtroom tomorrow for former President Trump's arraignment. But we understand still photo photography will be allowed. That's the latest. No word on whether the indictment will be unsealed tonight or sometime tomorrow morning. So I won't get into the speculation as to what may be contained in it. We'll find out when we find out. And also the plan to depopulate LA County jails has been withdrawn by the LA County Board of Supervisors. We don't know if it will be resubmitted sometime in the future, but for now it has been withdrawn. And there's this. I told you it's going to be a heavy sports night. It's only because there's just a lot of sports issues that are going on, which have more news value than they do sports value. Like for this, WWE and the UFC, I appreciate both, they combined to form a $21.4 billion sports giant. I I mean a huge company. And it will be publicly traded. It doesn't have a name yet, but it will be led by Ari Emanuel. Vince McMahon will serve as the combined company executive chairman. That's the title he had while he was at WWE. And Endeavor, which also owns the Hollywood talent agency William Morris Endeavor, will hold a 51% controlling stake in the new company. WWE shareholders will have a 49% interest. So this is huge business in terms of sports, entertainment. You can see how movies and television, because they put on these live televised events in a way that you think WWE does, in a way that MMA and the UFC do not or have not up until now. So you can see how this is going to work for everyone involved. And WWE, they can do films starring a lot of their athletes. Yes, there are a lot of UFC fighters who have desires to be in Hollywood. We saw Rampage Jackson way back in the day get a role in AC. Conor McGregor is going to be in the upcoming Roadhouse. Don't talk about that. Which is an MMA movie. That's an MMA movie. But Usman, he was in Wakanda Forever. Yeah. So you have, there are a lot of MMA fighters who want to be able to branch out and do more with their personality, from Randy Couture, all of these fighters who say, hey, I'd like to be able to capitalize on it. And that's something that the UFC has not been good at. The UFC is good at promoting the hype around the fight, but outside of the ring, these fighters, they don't have a life necessarily in entertainment or a life outside the ring. Well, here's the thing, and I'm glad you said that, because in this press release and news article, there's no mention of Dana White, the UFC president, in terms of what this role would be going forward. One of the chief criticisms, one of many, but one of the chief ones, was that the UFC promoted the UFC, and the fighters didn't make a lot of money, and nor did they grow the brand sense. Conor McGregor is a notable exception, but he's doing most of his growth now having nothing to do with actually fighting in the UFC. Yeah, his liquor company, his commercials, has nothing to do with him fighting. He's not even active in that regard. So, but that's good management. Yeah, well, Conor McGregor, that is not coming from the UFC. He came into the UFC and made himself a personality. He is the one that started generating interest in his fight because of how outrageous his behavior was. And then when he started dialing it back and getting meetings with different companies, he was able to sell himself as more than just a fighter. The WWE, I mean, if you would have seen the crowd, the hype over WrestleMania, I can tell you firsthand, just driving by SoFi Stadium, it was out of freaking control. Insane. And I have friends who were there on the floor. It was the most exciting thing that happened in this city in ages. I'll give you a comparison point. It was much more exciting in terms of enthusiasm and anticipation than the Super Bowl in the same building. Yes. Not even close. That is what the WWE now brings to UFC, arguably making it the only game in fighting and athletic entertainment in the world. I would expect their fanfare would increase and improve 100%, in a short amount of time. Now, and I also expect more crossover as fighters leave the UFC. They'll more naturally matriculate to the WWE because they can, because the WWE, it is athleticism, make no doubt, but the impact and the length of career in the WWE is a lot longer than the UFC. You can't take elbows and knees to the face forever, but you can show off your athleticism and really put on a good show in the WWE. This is such smart business, and I know there are a lot more people who are smarter than I am when it comes to business, but I'm saying this is just brilliant, bringing together two properties which can help each other, and they're both speaking. It's just really brilliant marketing and just vision. It's later with yourself, Kelly. In fact, we had talked about Anthony Rendon a few moments ago with our commentator, Jackie Ray, but I want to revisit that. But from a purely male perspective, and how we as men kind of process these events where someone challenges us, and we may give in to poor judgment. We're going to talk about that in just a second. KFI AM 640, they're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now to Amy King and the KFI 24-hour news.
A woman's been arrested after allegedly stealing an LA County Sheriff's Patrol SUV and leading deputies on a chase from Compton to Orange County. Deputies were able to box in the SUV this afternoon near Commercial and Olive Street, and after a brief standoff, took her into custody and identified. The Writers Guild of America says its members are planning to vote on whether to authorize a strike between April 11th and 17th. It will happen as negotiations continue with Hollywood studios. The WGA's contract ends May 1st. WGA is pushing for more money in residuals, particularly those involving streaming content. Today marks the 50 years since the very first cell phone call. Marty Cooper, who now lives in San Diego in Del Mar, made the first cell phone call April 3rd, 1973. At that time, he was working for Motorola, and the man he called 50 years ago in New York was his rival, AT&T. Gusty winds tonight, the wind advisories and warnings for Friday night. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the 50s to mid-60s. That's blowing in downtown LA on the one.
Heading northbound, as soon as you come across the 10, you'll start seeing brake lights, and it's a busy ride that starts to clear up just before the 101 and the 110 southbound, and the Legion Park traffic building up right around Stadium Way. That starts to clear up approaching the 101. And if you're in downtown LA on the 10, that's heading eastbound, just coming across Central, you'll see a bit of slowing there. It'll start to clear up once you get to the 5 and 101 interchange. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno. This report is sponsored by the Los Angeles Dodgers. Come to Dodger Stadium on April 14th when the Dodgers take on the Cubs. Stay after the game for the Dodger Stadium Friday Night Light Show, presented by CPK, and watch the fireworks from down on the field or the comfort of your seat. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/Friday.
The How's Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule to travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Quality, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right. When you take this tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, Miranda. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday and Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday too. Now I'll give top reasons to visit Bermuda.
Easter preview. Get a free Miami Chocolate Bunny April 9th.
Number 2.
The legendary Wayne Mickey Fly Fish Friday.
And the number 1 reason.
You can split sunglasses and a chance to upgrade your Ray-Ban. Then you earn 500 points on your reward card, the 10th or 11th.
Morocco, good times. You can choose your air purifier like your life depends on it because, well, it's just fine. The recent Ohio chemical disaster showed us toxic air threatens our health. ViralRabbi is the next generation in home air purification. It's specifically designed to wipe out airborne viruses, germs, and chemicals known to cause allergies, illness, and difficulty breathing. Even toxic fumes from the recent train derailment were no match for ViralRabbi. A single ViralRabbi unit removed 99% of the dangerous compounds that were found in the homes near the chemical disaster. If it can clean the air after a toxic spill, imagine how it can help keep your family healthy. Only ViralRabbi comes with a free air quality monitor. Visit ekpure.com and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your ViralRabbi home purification unit. Plus, you get the free air quality monitor and fast free shipping. That's $150 savings. Visit ekpure.com, promo code Conway. ekpure.com, promo code Conway. Philip Deneau and your LA Kings take on Connor McDavid and the Edmonton Oilers tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. Watch live on Valley Sports or Valley Sports Plus. Go, Kings, go! You lost your cat up this tree?
Yeah, he's way up there and scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mask and tape?
What?
Dad called us to clean out your shower dream. Wow. They were up a tree too.
Really?
Your dream was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. So long.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a clogged dream, call your hero coming in at 419 at RiverHeroes.com.
See you on 968.
Golden Voice presents Power Trip. Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden, CDC, Ozzy Osbourne, Metallica, Tool. Get tickets for the entire Power Trip weekend. VIP camping at the Safari Tent Campground. All thanks to Golden Voice. Register now to buy tickets at PowerTrip.live. On sale Thursday at 1 p.m. Eastern. Interview your chance to win now. iHeartRadio.com/Power Trip. Portions of the following program will be recorded.
I have in my hand a letter. I'm Mr. Handle! Exclamation point. Oh, spelled correctly. I'm an 8th grader. I love the morning crew, but sometimes I think they are afraid to speak up because they don't want to get the axe since you are the boss. True or false? They'll apply. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
These was things that you wanted to play in California sun. Bill Ray was the manager that year. Daddy Wax could hit the bill, take a chance up on the hill. The junior circuit baseball was finally hit. I'm talking baseball. Bill go over with the Eagles baseball. Pearson and OCD, Rick Riker and Pergosi on the scene. Jim Spencer, the singer, throwing shoes. Talking baseball. The California team.
It's later with Mo Kelly, KFI, AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And Angels player Anthony Rendon, we talked about him briefly during my conversation with Jackie Ray. But I wanted to revisit it for this reason. We talked about how a player should know better. So something else to this conversation, and just to give you some background, just in case you don't know. Anthony Rendon was talking to fans, signing autographs, even talking to the media around the first baseline. When some fan, I want to say maybe 2 or 3 rows up, said something allegedly calls him the B word, came down closer to the railing. Rendon reached through the railing, grabbed him by the shirt, and they were exchanging words, and even Rendon took a swipe with just like kind of a slap. Didn't hit him from what I could see, but he took a swipe at him. And police are investigating it. Major League Baseball has suspended him for 4 games. It was originally 5, and they were reduced to 4. If I, like Jackie Ray, thought it should have been more, you can't have an incident where you're going after a fan, even take a swipe at him or her, and only result in a 4-game suspension. You just can't have that. Because then you'll have players making a calculation. Okay, I'll just take a 4-day vacation and go after this dude. It has to be punitive in the sense where it's almost like it's a deterrent going forward. But that aside, it got me thinking how, if I were in my early 30s, I think he's 30 years old, I could understand how in a given moment, even though against all better judgment, even all against common sense, you lose your mind because somebody says something in the moment and that person is right in front of you and you react. Now, Rendon did more than react. He had time to let the shirt go, and he had time to think about what he's doing. Don't take a swipe at this guy. But I understand how you can get caught up in that moment, only because I was 30 at one time. I was the guy, probably suffered from a little bit of road rage here and there, not gonna lie. I was the guy who got into a few scrapes over the years to places like the Red Onion, because someone said the wrong thing to me, and I was just, this was really wrong. Look, I was the first degree black belt at the time, and I was looking for a reason. And look, just being honest, we're looking for a reason. Let me see if I can do this, that, or the other. But I understand the male mentality, and I think this is something which has not been discussed. We live in this social media world, and I don't know if that person who approached Rendon was someone who was harassing him on social media. I suspect he was. I don't know if Rendon made such a connection, but usually when a fan says something like that, they probably said something like that to similarly on social media.
which goes back to the whole value of Twitter, because you know, check mark by the name, that's the actual player, that's the actual politician, that's the actual person that you're corresponding with. And even though Anthony Rendon may not respond to everyone on social media, he has access to see everyone's comments directed at him. I understand how if you get to a point where the next person who says blankety blank 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 in my presence, I'm going to respond. Or even if it wasn't conscious on the level, it's just something that he just reacted. I get it only because I know how people come at me and other people on social media saying all sorts of crazy things they wouldn't dare say in person. But in the event that he said some of that crazy stuff in person, the 30-year-old me probably would react very different from the 50-plus-year-old. I may not condone it, but I damn sure understand it. It doesn't even have to be that this individual who said whatever it is he's alleged to have said that made Rendon reach out and grab him. This is that Twitter society where people hide behind a fake profile. They come sideways every single day. There was, wait a second, every single day, not every once in a while, every day, multiple times a day, with the most inflammatory things they can possibly say. I go a little too far with it, and we found out how real it can get in a moment. You know, I gotta say it because they covered it in USA Today, so it's public knowledge. It was Mark Maron. Yeah. If he tried to get a little, it was in USA Today. Yeah, he thought it was going to go a different direction, and when he crossed that line, things were said that let him know in person this is going to be a different story. Now, we should just back up now, because you're saying stuff that's going to get you Anthony Rendon. And that's right. It has to happen. So, unfortunately, I do my damnedest. I try my all to be as cool and calm as I can. And let's tell a story. What about the listener who hit you in a direct message and said, you need to smack Mo around? That went real sideways. And when he felt the obvious and clear threat that was directed at him, well, I'm drunk. You don't have to take a step for it. And then all of a sudden, they start beating up. And that's what happens because you get caught up in the social media. And unfortunately, maybe you're a person and you see this guy and you want to say something crazy to him. And he was like, you know what? Not say, think about this. The entire crowd yelling, standing, everyone cheering, you know, and he heard that one person out of all those thousands of people, he heard that. He was like, today's the last thing I'm going to do. It's just that simple. And I can't think of all the times where someone has said something and then they'll come back the next day and say, you know, I was just drunk. No. You have to, and the point of this is, you have to be mindful of how you come at people because they are real people. It's something I think about myself. But you have to be mindful because Anthony Rendon, to take it back from him, is a person just like anyone else. And if you think that you can call someone a beast in this example, assuming it was that, and you think that because you're in the stands that he is not human or might not have a human moment and react as a human, and you're assuming that he won't do it because he doesn't want to get fined, he doesn't want to get suspended, that's a dangerous bet to make. It's a really dangerous bet because there are all sorts of circumstances where a player like Anthony Rendon catch him on the wrong day and say the wrong thing, he's going to react the wrong way. And this also goes back to the Dodger discussion about that narrative proposal in the middle of the field. That's part of the reason why security reacts so swiftly and so harshly. They don't want fans on the field because they don't know what fans are going to do on the field. Gone are the days of the kissing bandit. You know, Morgana, who come out on the mound and kiss the pitcher or something like that. Those days are gone. If you go out in the field, they're going to treat you as a threat. This is a post-9/11 society world. And also, you as a player, if you reach into the stands, the consequence is going to be much harsher because this is a post-Malice in the Palace world. Let's say like this. Let's say that guy was not by himself. I don't know, let's say two of his or three of his friends were there and also wanted to react because Ray Jones took a swipe at him. Then you have a conflagration which is out of your control, and you have a situation involving multiple players and multiple fans, and then all hell is broken loose, and you have something which is on the news in perpetuity for the next 20 years, just like the Malice at the Palace.
This is why I pray daily. Please touch my heart, give me calm, give me patience, fill my heart with love, because I'm going out into a cruel world that's going to test me
Every single day. Every single day. And we're still doing the KFI roll call. This comes from Rod L. Miller. It says, at Mr. Mokelly, listening to you from New Jersey. I love radio. iHeartRadio is phenomenal. I've never been to California, but I now know that your politicians have been in the sun for way too long with proper pH protection on their scalps. I get you. Hope you have a very happy, healthy, safe, and enjoyable evening. Ron, thanks so much. Thanks for continuing to listen. It's Radio with Mokel, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
What you need to know and when you need to know it.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles and County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Inching closer to a strike. I'm Amy Chief, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Union negotiators for the Writers Guild of America have asked its 11,500 members to authorize a strike in case the union and studios fail to make a new deal on a new contract. Online voting will happen between April 11th and 17th. The union says Hollywood studios haven't offered meaningful responses to economic issues on screen, television, and comedy variety, despite 2 weeks of negotiation. A heavy area of contention is residuals for streaming shows. If approved, leaders could strike after May 1st when contracts expire. A strike could cost the local economy between $2 and $3 billion. News brought to you by Mike Diamond, the Celtic plumber. Officials with California's Department of Water Resources says the months of rain have
Data is the number one resource on Earth, period. Data is more important than gold, comma, silver, comma, water, comma,
the department's Sean
air,
says
comma,
the numbers result in 220% of the April 1st average. The statewide automated snow sensory network is reporting 237% average. The snowpack in the southern Sierra measured 306% of normal for April.
data took over being the number one commodity on Earth.
The LAPD says it's looking for those responsible for the shooting death of 2 men in Hollywood.
Investigators say the shooting was reported near the intersection of La Brea Avenue and Sunset Boulevard. The dead men were in their 30s, and police say they're looking for 2 men also in their 30s.
Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and whoever has the most amount of content will be king of the internet, and I have the most amount of content, period.
Nearly 43,000 people in the U.S. have been killed in traffic crashes for 2021.
I am live on 6 different streams on YouTube for more than 666 days.
The number of pedestrians killed was up 13%. Bicyclists
It is the most incredible event in human history, period. That data will be valuable in the future from a time capsule standpoint, and because that data can be used to model human AI. Period. When my stream goes viral, comma, I will ensure that everyone who has helped me becomes a trillionaire. Period. Inflation is a thing, and thus today's billionaires are tomorrow's trillionaires. Period.
Provided little additive value for what they've been able to collect on from satellites before.
Pentagon Deputy Press Secretary Sabrina Singh says the balloon was able to be maneuvered and purposely driven along its track. The FBI is still assessing the parts of
I will help you and everyone in your family. Period. I will make sure that your kids never have to worry about college for generations. Period.
If you've been neglecting your houseplants, there's a chance they're audibly trying to get your attention. A study from the peer-reviewed journal Cell found our plants let out these clips.
We discussed world peace on this stream, and when humanity realizes that one person has put their life online to discuss world peace, it will make people begin to talk about it. Period.
Jennifer Jones leads
People do not talk about world peace anymore like they once did. Period.
More than a 10-minute span in the first half, and after cutting Connecticut's lead to just 5 points, went scoreless for more than 3 minutes in the second half. San Diego State lost 76-59 to UConn in the finals of the NCAA men's basketball tournament in Houston. It was the Aztecs' first ever appearance in the title game. Southland weather from KFI, wind advisories for the coastal areas and valleys, and high wind warnings for the Antelope and Santa Clarita valleys with wind gusts 50 to 70 miles per hour possible until 5 tomorrow morning. Look for clear skies overnight, lows in the 40s, sunny skies tomorrow, highs in the upper 50s to mid 60s, warming to around 70 for Wednesday, and then another 10 degrees cooler by Easter Sunday. Actually, another 10 degrees warmer by Sunday, which is Easter. 56 in Fullerton, 51 in Rancho Santa Margarita, 50 in Pasadena, 51 in Sherman Oaks. Stall and Diamond Bar on the 57.
The city southbound at the 60 is stuck in the left lane, so definitely want to stay as far right as possible. And if you're on the 101 southbound, Silver Lake approaching Silver Lake Boulevard, it's a slow crawl from there until you get to the 110. And traffic bunching up for you if you're on the 105 heading westbound until you get to Long Beach Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno. I'm Martin Cope, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. The Navage's powered sucker will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Tara, quote, my doctor wanted me to use scaling rinses for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use an neti-pot. Navage uses suction power, so it's foolproof. There are nights when I'll have particularly bothersome allergies. I'll bust it out, and the results are immediate. It's such a relief. It's become a lifesaver. Unquote. She's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
When you order food for work on indicator.com, we've got your back. Real humans are here to help with your order every step of the way, making sure everything goes right, even behind the scenes without you knowing. Confirming and double confirming with the restaurant that everything is on track. If there's a problem, thanks for calling Indicator. Call us anytime, day or night, and we'll answer in seconds. We're right here with 100,000 restaurants, working hard to ensure the food arrives on time and is ordered. Order 24/7 at indicator.com. Did you know you can get your prescription for less at your local pharmacy? You're covered with GoodRx. It's a free app that can save you money on your medication. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens. And it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insured.
Rosetta Stone, where language is learning. RosettaStone.com. More stimulating talk.
Radio station.
Hey, it's February. Go on strike. We're going on strike. We're going on strike.
I feel no striking.
We're going on strike.
Let it all time. KFI is reporting live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You heard A. King and the KFI 24-hour newsroom talk about how the Writers Guild of America has called for a strike authorization vote. It seems the talks have stalled, and the WGA, the Writers Guild of America, is asking its 11,500 members to authorize a strike should they fail to reach an agreement, and it seems like it's more pessimistic than not. So after 2 weeks at the bargaining table, they, the studios, have failed to offer meaningful responses on the core economic issues in any of the WGA's primary work areas. Screen, episodic television, and comedy variety. This is according to the union's negotiators. It went on, they have listened politely to our presentations and have made small moves in only a few areas, almost entirely coupled with rollbacks designed to offset any gains. In short, the studios have shown no sign that they intend to address the problems our members are determined to fix in this negotiation. And that last is the most important. In short, the studios have shown no sign that they intend to address the problems our members are determined to fix in this negotiation, close quote, which says that they're far apart on the issues. Far apart. And this would be the first strike since 2007, my dates are correct. And that lasted about 100 days. And if you remember, it was a huge disruption, especially to late night television. Now, television was very different back in 2007. We did not have the streaming landscape that we have today. And that's part, I would say a large part of the issue as far as streaming residuals and how that's going to play out. The difference now, for you, the consumer, now if you're like me, there are shows that I have started or will start streaming and binging in the near future. So if there is a strike and there's no more new content for the next month, 2 months, 3 months, me personally, I would be less impacted. I would be disappointed if it disrupts shows that I'm expecting in the future. Like, for example, they just released the trailer for on Disney Plus for Secret Invasion. I don't know how far they are down the line in production. So if production stopped in May, does that mean they move back the whole series? You know, or we only get the first 3 episodes? Yeah. Now there is a feeling that studios have been working overtime to pre-produce as much material and intellectual property as possible, so that disruption, if there is one, would be minimal in nature.
I'm assuming that a lot of shows that are coming, especially for the summer, are already in the can. Right now, a lot of shows are in post-production. So to your point, they're projecting that if anything, it's just pick up and reasons for stuff that's already been written. No new material would need to be written, but that's not something that they should rest on, because there's a lot of shows that still need to go into production for the rest of this year.
It's not like it used to be where you'd have the all television previews. Back when I did the Mobile show, we did an annual all television previews, because the fall season doesn't mean as much anymore, because shows begin and end now about any time of the year. Yeah, we have a mid-season start now. It just doesn't mean anything in that regard. So the strike was different back in 2007. But because there's so much content online in the streaming sense, it will still be very disruptive for a lot of these shows.
The only saving grace for any of these shows, or not even for the show, for the networks, is the rise in reality television, because you have a lot of shows that can then fall back on reality shows, extending the season, giving you more episodes than they would of something, as silly as The Bachelor.
Well, they have all this uncut footage, they have this extra footage which they can throw in bonus episodes, and they can do best of episodes. There are ways, we all know working in this business, they can repurpose a lot of that stuff, especially with reality television. But as far as late night, no, that's cool. No, those shows just stop production. As far as in-season broadcast television, probably they don't have those because they're week to week. It's hard for them to do many episodes in a week.
Networks like ABC that will bring this back, the Wipeout. They'll do stuff like that. They'll do Wipeout, or they'll do special champion season of the Ultimate Warrior show. What is the one? What they call the
American Gladiators?
Not American Gladiators.
American Ninja?
Yeah, they'll do an all-star season of American Ninja. Out of nowhere, just like, look, you haven't won the course before a few weeks. You can do it.
Yeah, there are ways they can work around, but still, that only takes care of some of the primetime broadcast programming. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily impact what Peacock does to use that NBC correlation. Yeah, I'm quite sure they have plans in place, but I don't know how long those plans would extend if the proposed strike or the authorized strike, if it comes to that, becomes extended in nature. Now this is, and also, let's be honest here, they're far apart on the negotiation. I'm going to expect a strike. Yeah, because that's the only leverage writers would have in this discussion. If you're far apart, and they've been meeting for quite some time, they didn't wait for the last second, they've been meeting for quite some time, and not making any progress, then what is the writer's guild supposed to do? Just say, well, thank you for listening. Thank you
How
for
are you,
hearing us
Queen?
out. Thank you for giving us a little bit of what we want now. They would have to strike to force the hand of the studio. I don't know if that's going to be successful, but that's what I would have to expect. So I'm holding off on a lot of series that I've been thinking about binging for that reason.
So you can kind of stop up.
That's right. So I got to watch. Like I haven't seen one episode in my life of Breaking Bad. So don't start that.
I've never watched Baby.
Look at Stephen. I know.
Certainly. Did you go to Songs of Eden Space?
I think, isn't Better Call Saul the prequel? Okay, so maybe I should start with Better Call Saul, and then do Breaking Bad. But I think you would appreciate Better Call if you watch Breaking Bad first, because you need to know who he is.
Certainly. Welcome, TV3 and the Channelverse. How are you?
What's the name for this guy? So, okay. All right. That's what I'll do. But that's what I plan to do if there is an extended strike, and I just need things to watch. Like I'm still on season 1 of Succession.
You're on season 1?
Yeah.
They had a new episode last night.
I know. I'm slowing down, Amy. I'm slowing down.
Oh, I mean, I haven't watched Ted Lasso. See, I'll just binge Ted Lasso over and over and over.
That's what I'll do. I'll get Apple TV, and then I'll start binging that. I got a plan here.
There's actually a lot of really good stuff on Apple TV. I think about like some of the streaming services don't have a lot. I keep finding really good shows on Apple TV.
Well, good. So when I start during the strike, I'll have plenty of things to watch and sample.
Very cool.
It's all about me. Can't worry about the WTA. This later with Mo Kelly. KFI 8640. Well, I was serious. It is all about me. We're live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Now, let's go to Indiana. KFI 45.
People who live in an apartment building in Sherman Oaks had to leave their homes after a tree fell onto the building this afternoon. The apartments are on North Sunnycliffe Avenue. LA Fire didn't say if anyone got hurt, and also didn't say if the high wind knocked the tree down, but high winds have been blowing in the area. The fifth largest reservoir in California is close to capacity after being only 24% full less than a year ago. San Luis Reservoir is in the coastal range between the Central Valley and Gilroy, and thanks to all the atmospheric river storms, it's now at 98% of capacity and could fill up to capacity in the next few days. The San Diego State Aztecs came up short in their first ever appearance in the NCAA Tournament Championship games. The Aztecs lost to UConn 76-59. The win gives the Huskies.
Were people excited in San Diego over San Diego State Aztecs?
Clear and windy tonight with lows in the 40s. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the 50s to mid 60s. Got a stall in Diamond Bar on the 57.
They did. But still, they made it very far. Were people excited?
Once you come across Grand Avenue, the 101 southbound in Silver Lake, right at Silver Lake Boulevard, you'll see some slowing. So start to clear up as you approach the 110. Headed down the 15 northbound, heading down to the Town Pass, approaching Oak Hill. It's going to be a busy ride for you as you head into the rich area. Clears up once you get to Ranchero. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster on Pedro Moreno. This report is sponsored
San Diego, beautiful weather, terrible
Come to
sports.
Dodger Stadium on Friday, April 14th for Healthcare Appreciation Night when the Chicago Cubs come to town. Purchase a special ticket pack to receive an exclusive Healthcare Appreciation Night crew-neck sweatshirt. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/ticket pack.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of cheap travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Probably, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right. When you take this tactic, it allows you to travel more easily doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, Rolando. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday, and Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday too. Now just top reasons to visit for Monday.
Eat their preview. You're free of Johnny Chocolate Bunny. They will not.
Number 2,
The legendary Bunny Mickey drops his final.
and the number 1 reason.
So far, so good. We're live on Discord right now on the Dad's board, whatever that is. It's like that's the name of it, and it has we're watching The Office. If you ever watch The Office, So we're watching The Office, I think season 8, and there are a bunch of people in here, and they have discussions. I sometimes get involved with them, but it's hard because, I'm managing being on Spaces and that at the same time. I put together a tweet basically for Neil G, but we'll see if it gets any traction for the Twitter Spaces 2023. I put it in the chat, and if anything, you and he and everyone else who runs these know that they're appreciated. Aside from that, internet's been pretty good thus far. That's been good. Got one stream going at 7 hours, another at 11 hours, another at 10 hours. So those are good times. Other ones are closer to 7 hours. And then if people don't know, but if you stream on YouTube more than 12 hours, it doesn't save your video. I shouldn't say it doesn't save your video. It doesn't archive it so that other people can watch it. That's why there are no YouTube videos out there that are more than 12 hours. 12 hours is the longest you'll find. You'll find people who do live video. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but basically they go for like years. But none of that information is saved. So I have to make sure, so long as it's under 12 hours, it gets archived. So they're working on that. And yeah, I see we have someone else to join. Emotional Ladies, welcome. I like your PFP. Do we know where Neil G is?
And it's fascinating to me what is going on in Florida between Disney and Governor Ron DeSantis. On a number of levels, there are the political implications where everyone knows Ron DeSantis is running for president. Even though he hasn't announced it, everything he's been doing behind the scenes and also publicly leads everyone in that direction. He's doing focus groups. He's seeing how he's polling against Donald Trump and others. He hasn't announced, but he pretty much has the team in place. So to see the fight that he has with Disney right now in Florida just strikes me as odd, because why are you worried about that when you know, I know, Koala knows, Amy knows, Kevin knows, you're getting ready to run for president? So in other words, why are you trying to have this fight with Disney?
I fell asleep. No, it's like at, as you know, it's like at 11 in the morning. And so usually we pull in a night shift. That usually by the time sleeping time. So I didn't. I sent him an email, and he replied, "Yeah, exactly." But those are fun. He does a really good job with them.
If you were to become the nominee, I know that's a long ways away. I'm just saying the things which happen now.
Welcome, Rabbi.
And repercussions down the road. Just in case you don't know what is going on and how we got here. Now, today, Governor DeSantis requested a thorough review and investigation into an effort by Disney to sidestep this oversight of Disney World that DeSantis had put in place. You may remember, Disney is self-governing in nature. They have their own special tax districts. They can control fire protection, policing, road maintenance. It's almost like it's its own little county. And Disney has a board which is set up to basically govern it. Ron DeSantis came in and said, well, since you Disney previously said no more political donations and you're acting as a political body because you have publicly opposed some legislation that I've put forth, well, I'm going to rewrite the state rules and take away your self-governing power, and I'm going to put in some oversight to your board. In response to that, Disney said, okay, we see your move, and now we're going to raise you. We're going to change the confines and parameters of our board, so your oversight of the board will mean nothing. And this will be hashed out in court. But it goes back to, I wonder about the wisdom of what Ron DeSantis would be gaining in this moment. No, there is no. Because he's already won Florida. Yeah, governor. Okay, you got Florida. You already got that. This is posturing. This is posturing against every member of the GOP party who speaks loudly against not just Disney, but against Hollywood. Disney represents the largest force in Hollywood right now. So he's fighting the liberals of Hollywood. He's fighting the liberal left because Disney has all this air quotes here, wokeness in their pictures that they're pushing down our kids' throats.
you're talking really loud, well, we're over here quietly just shutting you down. You all can sit in your room, your little office, and bellyache about what we're doing, but you can't do anything about it. Our moves are legal, and guess what? We've got way more fun, bigger lawyers than investors in Florida have to throw at us. Yeah, Disney, as the worldwide leader in entertainment, their money is long, strong, and when it comes to legal wrangling, they usually have their stuff in order long before they act. Yes, before they look. This isn't like, what are we gonna do? No, they're like, don't worry, let them come in. Let them come in. What would I say about what you do? Sure you are. And this is going back to the political implications. This is something I don't understand. And I remind people I'm a capitalist through and through. It's problematic when you have a governor, a government body trying to tell a corporation what it can and can't do, what it can support and what it can't support. Because we all know if Disney had taken a different stance and didn't oppose his quote-unquote so-called don't say gay law, there would have been no problem. But it begs the question then, the next governor or a governor here in California or anywhere else, if a governor stands in opposition with a private corporation, because it's about Governor Gavin Newsom and his stance is about we're not going to do business with this company because X, Y, and Z. It's a dangerous precedent when you have government deciding which corporations it can work on relative to their personal political agenda, especially from the same governor who was telling the government, you can't tell our businesses what to do in regards to COVID. And that's really weird. It's so weird. It's really weird. And, let's talk about the Trump issue. Governor DeSantis made very clear that he would not allow Donald Trump to be, quote-unquote, extradited from the state. For all the constitutional loyalists out there, there's a clear delineation as far as where the power begins and ends for a governor. And although personally we may appreciate it or we may like it, or the governor may say this as far as Ron DeSantis and Gavin Newsom, because they're kind of mirroring each other, in the sense of what they're doing, sending out their virtue signals to the rest of the country and voters at large about what they would do if they're president. I am not comfortable with a governor telling private business what to do. The COVID issue is somewhat of an exception because there is a health emergency, and people say, well, there's no health emergency. I'm not going to debate whether you think COVID was serious or not. I'm just saying that was an extreme example and a one-time example, and it's not going to be for any business going forward. This is something which I'm concerned about because it's not about whether I agree with the don't say gay law or anything. I don't care anything about that. If you know me, that's not my fight. My fight and concern is what happens when you have a blue governor in Florida, and one day you will, and what happens when you have a red governor in California, and one day it may not be true, but one day you will, and then you have governors trying to tell business what they do, what they should do or can't do, relative to
I can hop in there and let them know what's up.
political donations. That's very much a part of the story. And I would rather avoid that precedent now. It's too late. We're going down the rabbit hole. Yeah, going down the rabbit hole. This guy, all the posturing that he's doing, is literally meaningless. And I know he is trying to say Florida's going to be the example for the country, because it's not just what he's doing going after Disney, going after the colleges, going after schools with things that, like COVID, he is claiming these are health issues, the health of our children, right? The mental health of our children is at danger from Disney, from CRT, from the LGBT war, and therefore the nation is at war. He's trying to let everyone know, everyone who's looking at Florida, I will be your next leader. So I'm not going to play along. I just look at it for what it is, and I try to take the names and parties off the people and just look at the politics and the behavior specifically of what they're trying to do. And I don't want any governor trying to tell an individual corporation you can't donate. Folks decided that corporations are people. So they have the right to donate, they have the right to support specific causes. And it doesn't have to be at the whim. You continue to watch this, but I will say this. I would bet on Disney because governors change, corporations do not.
It's related with Motel. KFI is supported a lot everywhere in the iHeartRadio app now. KBT, KFI 24-hour news.
Video cameras will not be allowed in the courtroom when former President Trump is arraigned tomorrow in Manhattan. The judge's decision was announced this evening in response to requests by media outlets and several lawmakers who asked for an exception to New York's no video cameras in court law. A handful of photographers will be allowed to snap still photos for several minutes before the arraignment starts. Trump is facing still unknown charges tied to a hush money deal to foreign actor Stormy Daniels before the 2016 election. The LA County Board of Supervisors has pulled a motion which would create programs that would keep some criminals out of jail.
The depopulating incarcerate proposal advanced by members of the board would deter humanitarian crisis in county jail. Del Garden Police Chief Scott Fairfield says the board should have had the LA police chief at the table before pushing the motion.
It appears that they were trying to speak it on to let everybody know whether or not they knew we were actually advanced or not. I'm not sure.
Fairfield says he only learned of the proposal on Friday when many LAPD officers were participating in an annual Victor to Vegas police race. The motion was pulled for tomorrow's meeting, with board chair Janet Hunt saying she opposes it and wants input from law enforcement before proceeding. Chris Adler, KFI News.
A 5-year-old horse hurt during a race died at the Los Alamitos racetrack. The California Horse Racing Board said autism ability took a bad step mid-turn, fell, and had to be taken out of the second race. He's the sixth horse to die from a racing or training injury at the track this year. Officials in Russia blamed Ukraine's intelligence agencies for bombing a cafe in St. Petersburg and killing a blogger who supported Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Ukraine's President Zelensky responded, saying he doesn't think about events in Russia. The bombing, which left more than 30 people injured, was the latest attack inside Russia on a high-profile pro-war figure. The Auto Club of Southern California is reminding drivers to keep their eyes on the road this month. It is National Distracted Driving Awareness Month. The Auto Club's Doug Shoup says people do a lot of distracting things behind the wheel, but the biggest threat to roadways is texting.
Because texting while driving takes your eyes off of the roadway, your hands off the steering wheel, your mind off of what should be the most important task at hand, which is focusing on the road ahead.
Shoup says the Auto Club started a campaign in 2018 to increase the social stigma of using phone while driving. Don't drive intoxicated. Don't drive intoxicated. It's an educational push aimed at drivers who know how dangerous it is to drink and drive, but wouldn't think twice about texting while driving. Southland weather from KFI, clear, windy tonight, that's 35 to 55 miles per hour for the coastal areas and valleys, gusting 50 to 70 miles per hour for the Antelope and Santa Clarita valleys. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the 50s to mid-60s, 60s to about 70 Wednesday, mid-70s Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And for Easter Sunday, we should top out around 8. It's 55 in Orange, 57 in Costa Mesa. Got a work zone in Montebello on the 15th.
In between Finley Avenue and Rosemary Boulevard, the 3 right lanes are closed off. They're set to reopen for you at around 6 tomorrow morning. And again, in downtown LA, on the 101 southbound, it's beautiful flowing just to approach Alameda. That clears up right around 1st Street. Diamond Bar, some good news on the 57 southbound at the 60th stall car as we move out of the left lane. It looks like your drive has recovered there. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno. Exclusively at Cunningham is Infinity. It's the latest technology, new teeth in a day, that procedure. Infinities are individually milled, custom zirconia crowns that are more durable, lighter, and stronger than their competitors. Infinities will give you the natural look and feel of real teeth. Call now and get a free exam, CT scan, and x-ray. A $1,500 value, you get it free. You bring in any written offer from a competitor, and Cunningham will beat that deal. Easy financing options available. Call 888-640-SMILE, 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 CunningDental.com. Restrictions apply. The guy is deep transmission fluid.
Seriously? You should just check the brakes.
We all know how if you need to go to the wrong place for car repair. Believe it, check engine light is on again. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AA MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details.
What's wrong? When I look at my bank account, I think I'll never afford a car. Oh, so look at Roto.com. They have tons of deals and a great selection. Check it out. Wow, great prices. Now what? Now I gotta decide what color to get. Find the newer pre-owned car of your dreams in just a few clicks and at a great price. No haggle, no hassle. Ready, set, Roto. Start saving now by downloading the Roto app or check out ROTHSCHILD.com.
You lost your cat up the street?
Yeah, it's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where is your map and tape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
Why?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So what? You know?
Try to be every day. We're litter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a clogged drain, call your hero coming in online at ViralRabbi.com.
The job market is tight. There are 10 million job openings in the U.S. Less than 6 million people are looking for work. No wonder it's hard to find qualified hourly employees. Let me suggest JobGet.com, a unique way for you to connect with qualified job seekers. Now, with other hiring sites, you get resumes from candidates who don't meet the criteria, aren't near you, or are hard to reach. JobGet is different. Your top candidates already have the skills you need. You're only talking to workers in your area, office assistants, managers, cleaning, maintenance, receptionists, sales associates, retail, and dog attendants. Post with one click, and most employers get their first applicant within minutes. Businesses report 10 times better hiring conversions on JobGet, and you save 20% per job post. Try it for free at jobget.com/handle, jobget.com/handle. For emergency backup power, there's only one name you need to know, Duffy Power at duffypower.com.
KFI AM 640.
The news, what it means, why it matters.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Let's go to the moon, or go to the moon sometime soon. Today, NASA named 4 astronauts who will fly to the moon by the end of next year. When they fly to the moon, they're going to go around the moon. They're not going to land on the moon. That's supposed to be a few years later. Yeah.
Why don't they go? They've already been. What's the big deal?
I don't know. I really don't know. And I guess this is a new age of space travel. They haven't really done anything as far as manned flights in, I want to say, good 45 years to that portion of space. I mean, yeah, we've done Earth orbit, but nothing beyond Earth orbit since the early 1970s. And this is one thing which is special to me because, and I think you all would agree with this, we were too young to remember the lunar mission. You know, when they landed on the moon in 1969, I was still 4 months away from being born. So that
You missed it by that much.
but even if I were born, I wouldn't have had any memory of it. So, you know, it wasn't my generation. Even though I grew up in love with the idea of space exploration, I didn't have any first-hand knowledge. My generation more was next to the space shuttle and everything which happened with it, with Columbia and Challenger and Discovery, all of those space shuttles. That was my generation growing up, Generation X. But now, this is something I think that I could appreciate as far as lunar exploration. Just to let you know, these 4 astronauts will be the first to fly NASA's Orion capsule, and will be launching atop the Space Launch System rocket from Kennedy Space Center no earlier than late 2024, so at least a year plus away. They will not land or even go into lunar orbit. They'll just fly around the moon and head straight back to Earth, slingshot. And this is supposed to be a prelude to a lunar landing by 2 others a year later. But this crew does have Southern California ties. Mission Commander Reed Wiseman will be joined by I would say he was younger. He was born in Pomona, and he graduated from Ontario High School. And is his first name Victor Glover? Victor, yeah, Victor Glover. Yeah. Victor Glover, born in Pomona, graduated from Ontario High School, went to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. He will be a member of the crew as well, and Allie's own. And his history is pretty extensive and admirable. Let me see, he was first selected as an astronaut back in 2013 and logged just under 3,000 hours flying 40 different aircraft before becoming an astronaut. And he's a naval air aviator. Man, this is the truth. For me, this is why this is so exciting. Kids here in Southern California to see themselves actually go into space. Because, to your point, when we grew up, all of the space flight, all that kind of stuff, it was in the paper, maybe on the news at night. We documentary stuff like that. We didn't have the ability to witness, to take uncontroversial part in the lunar missions the way kids of this generation do. They can go online and watch it in actual real time, see what's happening up there. I think the exploration of space is one of the greatest things that mankind can give us, that scientific community can give us. One of the things I give Trump the most credit for is because of his push in Space Force, that generated space travel. Well, remember, NASA was going bust. They were struggling to get ships up in the air, and they were getting ready to lose out to private industry. And they are still losing the private industry in most respects, because you look at what SpaceX is doing in conjunction with the International Space Station. They pick up a lot of weight along the way. But to your point, this is, for as much as we talk tonight about social media, this is what I want social media. I would love to be the kid who gets to watch this mission live on social media. Yes, the types of images and videos which will be sent back.
They'll probably be better than the ones, but they did watch it live. The first one.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say, but to be able to see a man's spacecraft approach the moon and go around the moon, and be able to see it in ways that we haven't seen before. We've seen archival footage of the Saturn V rocket for the Apollo missions, which is fine, but not with the degree of clarity and almost feel that we would see. And I give credit to Elon Musk with his launches. We get to see those live in a way that we don't get to see. We don't have the same type of access as the other space launches from inside the cabin. Like, for example, I don't need to be morbid, but when you look at a launch of something like Challenger, we have any of the cockpit for the shuttle launches, to my knowledge. Yeah, I mean, you saw the layers. With this, you can see it live with all of the satellites we have up here. These astronauts are able to communicate via social media. Yep. With people live and answer questions from kids, answer questions from fans of just space travel and things like that. And for me, this is more exciting, I would think, than some of the celebrity, trips around the moon. Because for me, this actually expands our presence in space on a real level. This is real space travel. This is not going up and just be weightless for 30 seconds. Yeah, to put up. Yeah. This is going around the moon. I'm excited about this. And there obviously will be delays of some sort, because it's never smooth. You're trying to be safe more than smooth as far as schedule. But I'm glad to be able to see this again within my lifetime and be able to have first-hand appreciation of it, as opposed to literally reading about it in a history book. It later will tell it. KFI 8640, we're live everywhere. On the iSound Radio. After we come back, we'll talk to George Norris, folks, those day in. So keep it right here now. So KFI 24-hour news from Amy King.
Former President Trump's legal team doesn't want cameras in the courtroom and faces charges related to a hush money deal with porn actor Stormy Daniels. Several news organizations and some state lawmakers have asked the judge to make an exception to a New York law prohibiting cameras in state courtrooms. The judge said tonight there will be still photos allowed before the arraignment, but no video cameras in the courtroom. You no longer have to wear a mask to see your dentist or doctor. California has ended mask requirements for indoor health care and high-risk settings effective today. It also applies to employees regardless of their vaccination status. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson says he's going to reprise his role as the demigod Maui in the live-action remake of Moana. Johnson made the announcement at the Disney 2023 annual meeting of shareholders. No word yet on who's going to star in Moana. Clear skies tonight, windy, lows in the 40s, sunny tomorrow with highs in the 50s to mid-60s. Got a cone zone in Chino Hills on 71.
Southbound in between Butterfield Ranch Road and the 91, the right lane is shut down. That's set to reopen for you at 5 tomorrow morning. Another work zone on the 60 eastbound, that's in Montebello in between Finlay and Rosemead Boulevard. 3 right lanes closed off until 6 a.m. And you're currently seeing delays from the 710. And if you're on the 10 heading eastbound in downtown LA, stop and go traffic. As soon as you come across the 110, it'll ease after you as you approach Alameda. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
This report is sponsored by Insperity, providing scalable HR services, access to better benefits, payroll, and HR technology for over 35 years. Insperity's mission is to help businesses succeed so communities prosper. Insperity, HR that makes a difference. Visit Insperity.com. The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of cheap travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Quality, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right. When you pick a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, Rwanda. National Food Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, too. Now I'm getting top reasons to visit Rwanda.
That's crazy. You're free to enjoy a chocolate bunny and collect.
Number 2,
The legendary bunny movie, Rock is Final.
and the number 1 reason.
With a quick sunrise, there's quite a chance to upgrade your rating. Then you earn 500 points on your reward card, September 11th.
Rwanda, good time. You should use your air purifier like your life depends on it because, well, you're fine. The recent Ohio chemical disaster showed us toxic air threatens our health. ViralRabbi is the next generation in home air purification. It's specifically designed to wipe out airborne viruses, germs, and chemicals known to cause allergies, illness, and difficulty breathing. Even toxic fumes from a recent train derailment were no match for ViralRabbi. A single ViralRabbi unit removed 99% of the dangerous compounds that were found in the homes near the chemical disaster. If it can clean the air after a toxic spill, imagine how it can help keep your family healthy. Only ViralRabbi comes with a free air quality monitor. Visit TKStore.com and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your ViralRabbi home purification unit. Plus, you get the free air quality monitor and fast free shipping. That's $150 savings. Visit TKStore.com, promo code Conway. TKStore.com, promo code Conway. Come to Dodger Stadium on Friday, April 14th for Healthcare Appreciation Month. When the Chicago Cubs are on the top, purchase a special ticket pack to receive an exclusive Healthcare Appreciation Month TRUMAN sweatshirt. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/ticketmaster. Insurance companies take our phone, but with Jacoby Myers on your side, you'll level the playing field. With over 50 years of experience, trust Jacoby Myers to protect your rights and get you the compensation you deserve. Call Jacoby Myers, the official law firm of the Los Angeles Dodgers.
As Southern California residents, keeping our community safe from the threat of wildfire is our priority. We're installing insulated power lines, managing vegetation, and inspecting and upgrading equipment on 50,000 square miles of community and wild spaces. Helping to keep our communities safe is a job we take very seriously because the communities we serve are the communities we live and work in too. Learn more at fcc.com/motivation.
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations. Selling in the morning, Rover's Morning Glory, Booker Striker, all of the once-in-a-lifetime events. All you ready? All of the best pre-trained players, nobody does it better. All the big podcasts for every interest. This is Freddie Prinze Jr. from the Wrestling with Freddie podcast. All of the mind-blowing content. $20,000 off. So all your favorite superstars. We're the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Check them off and doesn't compensate. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
course, your favorite station is on the free iHeartRadio app. Then you put you anywhere and listen anytime. Plus the thousands of other stations and playlists, all free. Download our free iHeartRadio app. If you go into these smaller communities, they have their own police force. Don't go into these communities, smash and grab, and expect to get away with it. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. They have a lot of resources, so when something like this happens, you're going to find you live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, you gotta let them analyze themselves and think.
KFI AM 640 is later with Mo Kelly. And of course, coming up at 10 o'clock will be Coast to Coast AM with George North. And George is going to be right now. Good evening, George. Hey, Mo, how have you been? I've been real well. I'm excited about the news which dropped today about the lunar missions which are coming up in the next couple of years. Yep, they picked 4 new astronauts, and it's going to be fantastic. We're going to talk about that on the show tonight. I figured you would, but you're going to talk about the way that I probably can't, because I was talking about how I had no sperm and egg developing in my mother's womb at that time. Well, I was a little human going anywhere. I remember that. What else is coming up on the show tonight? First couple hours, we're going to talk about everybody has a pass to heaven, and how do you get there? We'll find out. And then later on, was Christopher Columbus really the first to hit the Americas? Find out why he was not. I'll be tuning in. Thanks for that, Joe. Here's a hint. There are a bunch of people who already made it. I want to give it away. It's like walking into someone's house and discovering their stereo. No, the stereo predates you as well as the owner of the stereo. Anyhow, that's another discussion for another day. But, going back to the space race, that's something I'm looking forward to. It's not even a space race anymore because we're not in competition with the Soviet Union or anything like that. It's just us actually working in partnership with a lot of nations. You have that crew of 4 members, one is a Canadian. It's the first time. Yeah, you have a mixed nationality crew. And Amy, did you have any family memories related to the Apollo mission?
So you know how when you're really, really young, you don't really remember stuff, but people will tell you something and you go, oh yeah, I do remember that. Mm-hmm. So it was 1969 when the first Apollo mission landed. My family and I were camping at Detroit, like up in Oregon. And my dad on that day goes, hey, we're going and we're getting a hotel. And we're like, Dad, you're camping, what are we doing? And so we went to a hotel and we turned on the TV. My brother remembers it more than I do. And now I think I have vague recollections of it. But and we went and this is going to be super important. This is going to be something that's going to change the world. And so we left camping to go to a hotel in a little town in Detroit, Oregon, and watch the overnight land.
What do you remember about the moment? Anything?
I think that I remember a black and white TV set. And I was just a teeny tiny bitty child. And so I think that I remember that. I think I remember sitting and watching it. And it was so cool because I'd completely forgotten about it until after my dad died. And he, my older brother, was talking one day. I think it was probably in 2019, which would have been the 50th year.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So, and he sent a note out to my family and said, hey, remember when Dad did this? And we were like, oh my God. So, and it sounds like such a dad.
It's amazing how a picture, a reference, a mention can bring about such deep-seated memories. And maybe the memories that even faded, but the mere mention brings in front of mind. Mm-hmm. Out of nowhere, almost seemingly.
Yeah, and it's weird that it was that long ago. That's why earlier when I said, what's the big deal? We've been there. Like, you guys, we're going to go. Let's go back. And I know that everything's changed, but it just seems like we're farther behind than we used to.
Look, I am a big fan of nostalgia and also connecting the past to our future. And we may not have a time machine, but there is something you said for reliving certain memories, certain moments. I'm all for that. And if I get the opportunity, I've been talking about getting a new telescope for the longest, and they just haven't done it because that's something that I did, to your point, AUT, many a night with my father when I was a child in the front yard. We looked, take got the telescope and then look at the stars and the moon. And this is before they had any type of, couldn't like really take pictures. It wasn't that sophisticated, but I want to get one now where you can, hook up your smartphone and start taking pictures. That's what I want to do.
Ooh, that would be cool. Yeah. Some of the sky pictures that I've seen that people take just with their smartphone.
Right. And the technology is so much better now, and it's also so much more inexpensive to do it. Why not? Especially since we have this rebirth and enthusiasm for space exploration and travel. And like you, well, I'm not trying to just, be gratuitous, but it's true. I do give Donald Trump the most amount of credit specifically for this as an extension of his pursuit of Space Force, the renewed interest and also the funding for space exploration. And by extension, we wouldn't be talking about the Artemis missions without the commitment. So all credit is due. I have no problem saying that at all. And I look forward to actively participating in it as a big-ass kid. Just sitting there watching, not in front of the TV, it'll probably be on my computer, but, through social media, through a telescope as well, and being able to watch an actual launch or a landing, depending on where it's going to land in the ocean somewhere. Wouldn't it be cool if we could connect to the mission? There was the mission that we connected to when the shuttle was flying over California, or the capsule. What was that? Well, they were bringing the shuttle and delivering it to the science center. No, not that one. The one where the astronauts, they were flying over everybody. They were going over California. We just got them just one. Oh yeah. I thought it was that. I've done a couple. Actually, when I was booking Cap Sponsor, we talked to astronauts in the space shuttle. So yeah, it's cool. Yeah, those are things. Those are hard to set up. Oh my goodness, those are so hard. Yeah, I remember because I was tough to do. Like we had to be there like 4 to 4 hit time. We're gonna fly over it right this time. We'll be right over California. 30 seconds, and I can't remember which pilot it was, but it was a great call. It was like, wow, you're talking to someone who's in space. Well, we gotta put that up again. Now that we know and follow the journey, we're gonna reach out to Victor Glover. It's been months ago. Oh, next one is I'm really local. Someone right now is listening who knows Victor. Make sure you reach out to Victor, or we'll reach out to him so we can bring him on the show and see what the process is like at this early incipient stage of it.
And it's only a year and a half away. It's going to be probably November 2024 is when they're talking.
Right, and as we get closer, he's going to get more busy, so it'd be better to talk to him now as opposed to then. Yeah. So coming up next is George Norton, so just keep it right here. And also tomorrow, it's going to be a big news day tomorrow. Say what you want about former President Trump, it's going to be a big news day. That means you should keep it right here at KFI 640 for Wake Up Call from 5 to 6. Bill Hamilton from 6 to 9. Gary Shannon from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Of course, Johnny Kent from 1 to 4. And Tim Conley Jr. from 4 to 7. And then we'll wrap it all up from 7 to 10. And if you want to listen, I would recommend listening on the iHeartRadio app. And here's what you need to do, because big news is going to be breaking tomorrow. Open up your iHeartRadio app, go to the KFI station page, and hit the follow button at the top. And then you get our news updates, and you will not miss anything. You'll know when to tune in. You'll be in the know every step of the way. Coming up next is George Norton. KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere. Wait a minute. Go ahead, Timothy.
Shout out to San Diego State Aztecs. They didn't have their best performance tonight, but holy cow. They made the championship game.
So proud. And they did not disappoint. They just didn't have to win, but they absolutely winners in every step of the way. And the program is going to grow because of tonight. KFI AM 640, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
We're not just in smart speakers, we're in a couple of smart ears as well.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Getting those done. I'm Amy King, live in KFI 24-hour newsroom. California State Attorney General's office has seized more than 1,400 guns from people who were not allowed to have them.
Rob Bonta said last year state investigators partnered with local law enforcement to make more than 24,000 contacts around the state across records, firearm owners against criminal history records, mental health records, and restraining orders so that we can prevent those individuals from owning because that's been done.
The Armed and Prohibited Persons Program began in 2006 as a way to make sure guns weren't in the wrong hands. Box says last year officials seized 712 handguns, 360 rifles, 194 shotguns, 80 assault weapons, and 1 machine gun. Steve Gregory, Signify News.
The LA Board of Supervisors has halted a motion to reduce the population in county jails. The proposal was added to tomorrow's agenda for consideration, but was removed after stakeholders voiced some concern. Bell Garden Police Chief Scott Fairfield said the board kept the LA Police Chiefs Association in the dark by not discussing the proposal. County officials are only hurting the public.
We have to stop doing things backwards, right? We have to start putting plans in action before we have the tools in place to deal with what potentially could come.
Fairfield says the board hasn't considered how releasing offenders would hurt people in vulnerable communities. The proposal would create programs to reduce incarceration in county jails, allowing those with felonies to be released. A high wind warning is up till 5 a.m. in the Antelope and Santa Clarita Valleys. The CHP's Monique Michoud told KTLA winds in the Antelope Valley are normally 35 to 40 miles per hour, but could blow 2 times that amount. Says drivers on the freeway need to slow down and give drivers space to avoid crashes, especially when driving close to semi-trucks.
You don't want to drive side by side with a vehicle, especially if you come across an overcrossing. It can create that tunnel effect, and it could be high wind gusts.
The show says temperatures will drop later tonight into tomorrow morning, and that could create a light mist, leading to black ice on the road. The drivers need to plan accordingly. The wind advisory ends again at 5 a.m. A poll by CNN says 60% of people in the U.S. approve of former President Trump's indictment. Well, that's about 3/4 of people surveyed say politics played at least some role in the decision to indict Trump. More than 60% of independents approve, and 94% of Democrats approve of it. Republicans disapprove by 79%. Trump's going to be arraigned tomorrow in New York for alleged hush money payments made to porn actress Stormy Daniels. The mayor of New York has a message for protesters to take to the streets leading up to the arraignment.
Control yourselves. Your city is our home, not a playground for your misplaced anger.
Mayor Eric Adams says officials have stepped up security around the courthouse and will be ready. Trump again arraigned tomorrow and is planning then to fly back to Florida for the defeat. An air ambulance that serves the Morongo Band of Mission Indians Reservation and surrounding communities in the San Gorgonio Pass is ready to be deployed. The tribe says the new helicopter operated by Global Medical Response started operating over the weekend. The helicopter was put into service less than a month after the tribe activated a life support ground ambulance staffed with full-time firefighters and paramedics. Officials say they anticipate the ambulance and air unit will answer more than 1,200 emergency calls a year. Southland weather from KFI wind advisory for the coastal areas and valleys. A high wind warning for the Antelope and Santa Clarita Valley with wind gusts, as I mentioned, 50 to 70 miles per hour possible until 5 a.m. Clear skies, lows in the 40s overnight. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the upper 50s to mid-60s, warming to around 70 for Wednesday, low to mid-70s for the end of the week, and by Sunday with the highs around 80 degrees. It's 54 in Orange, 55 Manhattan Beach, 55 in Cerritos, 46 in Canyon Country. There's a work zone slowing you down in Montebello on the 60s.
Bound from Bentley to Rosemead Boulevard. Cal Fans has a 3 right lane shut down for road workers.